Good evening. This is Radio Free Mormon. Austin Fife has written a book called The Light on Truth Letter. Technically, he calls it The Light and Truth Letter. I call it The Light on Truth Letter. And in one of those chapters, it is about women in the church. So Colby Reddish and I have been doing a chapter by chapter analysis of The Light on Truth Letter. When it came to this chapter, women in the church, I talked with Colby and we both decided that we should probably have some women on the show who know what it's like to be a woman in the church to respond to this chapter in the Light on Truth Letter called Women in the Church. And that's what we have tonight. A panel of very intelligent, very articulate women going to talk about this chapter in the Light on Truth Letter. I think it's going to be an exciting evening. I hope you'll join us. And let's get this show on the road. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Radio Free Mormon on the air, broadcasting behind enemy line. This is Radio Free Mormon, episode 402. The title is Real Mormon Women Speak Out. The date is June 7th, 2025. You're not going to believe this panel that we have tonight. First off, we have Dr. Julie de Azevedo Hanks on the show.
Hello.
We've got Martine Smith.
Hi.
There's Hello. There's Lila Tuller. Martine,
Hi,
you're
everyone.
looking great, just fresh back from Greece. The glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. We've got Camilla Reddish on the show. We couldn't get Colby, but we got the next best thing. Maybe even a better thing. I don't know. You go by Cammy, right?
Yes.
Is it okay to call you Cammy?
Yes. Cammy or Camilla. I'll answer to both.
Okay. And here's Britt Hartley.
Hey, guys.
And last but not least, Summer Rain.
Hello, hello. Excited to be here.
Wow, it is great to see all of you. Now, everybody out there in the audience may not know who you all are. Could you each take, and I'll go ahead if that's okay, and we'll just go with Dr. Hanks, and then we'll go to Martine, and we'll just go through the slides, everybody in your little screens, okay? Take up to a minute, just give a brief introduction, and then we'll continue. Dr. Hanks.
Yeah, I'm a therapist, and I have been working with primarily with Latter-day Saint women for over 30 years. I've written a couple of books and own a therapy clinic in Utah with 3 locations.
What's it called?
Wasatch Family Therapy.
Okay. Just want to make sure we got that out there. The Wasatch Family Therapy. Those are Dr. Hanks.
And my passion is empowering women, especially Mormon women.
Very good. Thank you. Martine.
Wow, I have to follow Dr. Hanks. I'm Martine. I am retired from a variety of jobs. I am a convert to the church, or I was at one point as a teenager. I served in a variety of callings, mostly in Relief Society, though I spent all my adult life, except for a couple of years in primary and young women, served in Relief Society. Did everything pretty much in Relief Society, including serving as a Relief Society president. And I have a bachelor's degree in political science, and I worked in that field for a number of years.
Very good. Thank you. Britt.
Hey guys, I'm Britt. I have a master's degree in theology. I work now as a spiritual director. As far as what I do now with the Mormon community, I kind of own the Mormon to existential crisis nihilist pipeline. So like that, if you end up on that pipeline, I usually kind of show up in those conversations. So that would be my niche that I tend to do the most on the Mormon spectrum now.
That's fascinating. I actually live in that pipeline. I come to regard that pipeline
I own that pipeline. You have to pay rent to me if you are on that pipeline somewhere. It's a very small niche in the world, but that is the place where I tend to hang out the most.
That's a great place to visit, I hear. Cammy Reddish. Now,
you're muted.
If I were doing this, your husband would say, RFM, you're muted.
Yes.
Yeah, he would have reminded me too. I'm Colby's wife, Cammie Reddish, and I don't know what to say. I'm a mom. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now. We've got 3 little kids at home, and it takes up a lot of time. And I homeschooled them up until last year. We left the church a few years ago, appeared on Mormon Stories in 2022. So that our story's on there. But mostly I am connected to Mormonism through Colby, who is very good at explaining himself and talking about things. And we talk a lot though. So half the stuff he says is really what I said.
Is that the smart half of the stuff you said?
Remember, I told you that. But you know what? we have made each other much better people through this process of leaving the church. And it has been awesome. So I also served a mission.
Where?
And taught at the MTC in Arizona, the Tempe, Arizona mission. Same as John DeLynn, I think.
I think Colby. He went south of the border.
Colby was my zone leader on my mission.
Oh, he was exercising in righteous dominion.
It was not. We knew each other. I was engaged to someone else when I got home. But we both went to BYU. And then we started hanging out.
No, I don't know why everybody's laughing and happy today, because this is really throwing me off. This whole chapter we're going to be talking about talks about how miserable you are.
Don't worry. All of us can tap into our feminine rage like that. Don't worry about us. We'll be fine.
I have a habit of triggering that in women too. Oh, thank you, Cammie. Lila?
Can I just say really fast with Cammie?
Yes.
Sorry.
Summer's cutting in line in front of Lila. Go ahead.
It's good.
I just wanted to say that deconstructing as a homeschooling mom is a full-time job. So that's a big deal, which I think we'll talk about a little bit today, just what women are in the church. But I can't even imagine homeschooling and then deconstructing and having to teach the kids. So,
well, thank you. Yeah,
I've got to tell you, thank you so much, Summer. This is one of the reasons I want to have this great panel together to talk about this, because that had never even occurred to me. I mean, I had the luxury of time, lots of time. Right? This is the period I'm living in the basement, chained, being fed daily on buckets of fish heads. That was my second marriage in a nutshell. So at least, even if it's miserable, I have the luxury of time. And I'm not raising little kids, and I'm not, the primary caregiver to little kids. And that would be overwhelming.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Lila.
Well, I don't have any of those letters before my name, but I also was a mom for many years. Still am. I'm still a mom.
We got rid of the last one.
I'm no longer, actively raising my children. My last one, 7th one, just moved out in April. So finally, after what? Yeah,
fingers crossed.
It's not a revolving door. But so I was in the church, born and raised for 57 years. So I left at that age, and I'm now 64, and I'm in a much happier phase of life. I can talk for days about women in the church. If anyone wants to know, I have lots of experience to talk about.
Okay, we have a cutoff date of Monday. You got to be done in 2 days.
I promise I'll give everyone lots of turns. I'm not going to take over the conversation. But anyway, that's who I am.
All right, great. And Summer.
So I am Summer. I'm a mother of 3 children. I deconstructed my faith about 2 years ago, hardcore about a year ago. And I work for my father, who is Congressman Burgess Owens, District 4. I'm the senior political strategist for his team. So I do all the communications, help with edits, help with staffing him. So if he's going to an event, I generally go with him. Trying to think if there's anything else. That's about it. That keeps me busy. As everyone knows, the political world's kind of crazy. So between my 3 kiddos and that, I'm pretty busy.
Well, thanks for making the time to be here today. To you, Summer, and to everybody else, I want to let everyone know what the rules of the game are today, what we decided, what I decided and everybody went along with, would be the most effective way of talking about this. Now, this is perhaps the shortest chapter, mercifully, in the Light on Truth letter, the chapter about women in the church. And I've made slides of them, okay? So every single thing that Austin Fife has to say in this chapter is going to be on these slides. And the plan is simply this, that as the token man on this panel, I'm going to be the man who reads what the man wrote in the Light on Truth letter. And I want all of you to feel absolutely free. In fact, I encourage you to interrupt me. If I get to something in the slide, don't wait for me to get to the end of the slide to say something. In other words, don't be polite, don't be courteous, be like me. Just if I say something, get to something that you want to comment on, please do. And I'll stop immediately, and it'll be my job to remember where I was so I can pick it up again when everybody said everything they have to say about it. So that's the goal. What do you think? You ready to go?
Let's do it.
Okay. Here's the first slide. Real Mormon women speak out about what it's really like to be a woman inside the Mormon church. And here's our hero, Austin Fife, the author of the Light and Truth letter. And here's a couple of slides. Here he is holding his wife, I believe it is. He came back after never really leaving, we find out. And here it is, the chapter on women in the church. I think that if we were to number these, our numbering system, Austin doesn't bother to number his chapters. This is chapter 9. Okay, so women in the church, questions and concerns. He starts with a quote from an anonymous Twitter/X user. Mormon women were encouraged to suffer abuse. Now, he puts these quotes up there generally when he's going to disagree with them. Okay. And then another quote, a woman's perspective on what it all feels like. It's miserable. The damage is ground into you from birth to even when you leave the church. The pain doesn't stop. And even when you heal, you don't. Explaining the full extent of it would be a very sad, very long book. And that's from an anonymous Reddit user. Okay, now once again, I please throw in anytime you want. I'll continue until you do. Comments like those above, Austin writes, challenged my perspective on women in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Women's issues have taken center stage in recent years. I care deeply for the women in my life, and I had to examine if the church is a good and safe place to raise my daughters. Critics would have me believe that women are deeply damaged because of their upbringing or conversion to the Church of Jesus Christ. And I want to ask a question. I'm not sure I've ever heard any critics say this exactly. It smells of a straw man.
It is a straw
Critics
man.
saying that women are deeply damaged simply because of their upbringing or conversion to the church. Do you think he's getting it right there, everybody? What do you think?
Not even a little bit.
What do you mean?
think what's oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Cami.
Okay, I think what's telling is that this is where he does like the bait and switch on us. This is where he starts by giving these quotes from these women who are sharing their real experience in the church and then saying, this made me think a little bit. I think I have this on a slide that's next. But then he switches it on us and be like, well, critics want me to believe this. And so now he's just called these women who are sharing their stories on Reddit and Twitter critics. That's how he's defining these women. They are the critics because they're sharing their stories and it isn't good for the church. So they become critics automatically, no matter how real their stories are or feel to them or still are.
For me also, it loses credibility that he like didn't acknowledge anything, right? So like this would be at the very beginning if this were Jared Halverson, if this were Patrick Mason, like people that like I've talked to and we have like had a good rapport and mutual respect for each other, both of those apologists would acknowledge, yeah, there's been some harm done. There's been some doctrines we have to roll back. We have not been, you know, they would say something like we have not been immune to patriarchy and societal patriarchy and all those things. And they would at least like if they were to write this chapter, they would at least spend some time validating that before they go into ways the church could improve or ways that whatever they want to do with it later. So the fact that he didn't give even like an ounce there, like he gave nothing as far as like validating any kind of experience or pain. And for me, that just like instantly when I read this, like made me lose like a sense of credibility for him, because like you're not even going to hear that before you become a critic. And like which is why I would respect so much more someone like Patrick Mason or Jared, because they would listen and then we could have a conversation, but he's not giving anything to the other side of the table. He just goes right to their critics. And then I'm going to use all these statistics to show that women are happy. And I just,
Well,
no,
to be fair,
it's a no
later
for
on
me,
in-
dog.
Britt, to be fair, later on in his chapter, he says that he's not dismissing how you feel in the middle of the chapter, dismissing how you feel.
He though,
I
because he
actually read
doesn't,
the
he
same
doesn't,
thing.
you know, like, but it's to me, it's like it's nothing. It'll be like you're allowed to have your feelings, but he's not validating anything about why we're having those feelings. It's kind of like telling a 5-year-old, like when my 5-year-old is screaming about chicken nuggets, it's like, you can have your feelings. These are big feelings. Yeah, you're entitled to have your feelings. But it's like he's treating it as if we're having a tantrum over chicken nuggets. Do you know what I mean? Like he's not
Yeah.
validating the reasons that women are upset. And the fact that he started out this way just was disconcerting to me.
Got it.
He's also setting up a binary, right? All women suffer, it's like,
One or the other.
right. And it's not that some women suffer and some women don't. It's just, are women miserable or are they not? And I'm going to show you why they're not.
Yeah, I actually wrote that down. It's a false dilemma fallacy where it's like either they're deeply damaged or we're extremely happy. And just kind of riffing off of what Britt just said, I felt the same, that he censors himself as the authority on this early on, but he talks about women instead of from or with. He doesn't try to amplify our voice in any way. It's, well, I care deeply about my daughters, so I'm going to look into this from my perspective. I'm not going to ask them. I'm not going to talk to anybody outside of my own mind. And it's a very disconcerting place to start when you're, as a man in a church that is very patriarchal, wants to just say, well, I don't really need to hear what anyone else has to say. I'm just going to do my own thing.
Right. Let me finish this paragraph. Then if Martine or Lila or Tammy have any thoughts as well, because I stopped it even in the middle of a sentence. He writes, critics would have me believe that women are deeply damaged because of their upbringing or conversion to the church. You see, I think that he's avoiding talking about the real reasons why people, and women, I should say, get damaged in the church. And he's trying to count it off on simply being a member. I think that's disingenuous. But he goes on to say, is there a devil in the details of our doctrines and practices? Are millions of Latter-day Saint women around the world secretly suffering? What would you say in answer to that question?
Yeah.
I love how he sets it up as the doctrines and practices could not possibly be the reason that women are upset. It's like, is there something, I don't know, just like the way that he phrases it just makes it sound like these women are finding something in the details that is making them upset that he has to go look for. And that just tells me that he just hasn't spent a lot of time talking to women, even not even just critical women, even just women in the church in general. And I also really love like when men say, I care about this because I'm a father. And it just reminds me of that very viral TikTok that said like it was just making fun of how fathers will say like, you know, when I had a daughter, I realized that women are people. And it was just like, you know, all right. That's where we're starting. That's the credibility. I've realized now as a father that women are people.
That's really nice. When I had a daughter, I realized women are monsters. No, I kid. I kid because I love you, honey.
All right, fine. Will you hop over to the next slide really quick, and then we can
Yeah,
go back
sure.
because the slide that I put up there. So he starts by giving some examples from Reddit and Twitter of these women sharing their experience, and then he makes these comments, which I can't really see. So let me go to a bigger version of it. So he says, these comments challenge my perspective, which, yes, Britt's right. He didn't really give any type of understanding of these women or show that he understood them, I guess is what I meant. But he said that he stopped and thought about it. Like, that's what he's trying to say here. I like, it challenged me because I heard that people had these bad experiences in the church. And then he says, I care deeply for women in my life. That was also in that first paragraph. And then also I had to examine if the church is a good place for my daughters. And so he's setting this up saying, like, I'm taking this seriously. Like, that's what he's trying to tell us right now, that he's trying to take this seriously. But then he reframes the question at the very end. Like, is this really the experience of these women? Like, that's what he's supposed to be asking. But he switches it to, are these women interpreting their own experiences correctly? Like, he changes it and puts it back on these women. He calls them the critics and says, wait a minute, but are we sure? Like, are there really, like, is the devil really in these details here? Like, could these women's experiences be legitimate? Like, now he's turning it on them and questioning their experience rather than, I don't know, like talking about what the brethren have said about women or like explaining to us anything that would help us understand that he listened to these women or he understands what they experience, but none of that at all. And then he's going to make it worse by going on and explaining why we shouldn't actually feel the way that we say we feel.
Yeah.
Right. It did seem to be a chapter full of delegitimization of the feelings of any woman in the LDS church who isn't thrilled to be a member. What did you think about that, Lila?
Well, I just think that he's lying. He says, I care deeply for the women in my life. He's saying that in order to now discredit all the women. It's a fake. I don't believe him. I don't believe that he cares deeply, because if he did, he would talk to the women. He would ask women. He would not go find statistics of what women have said. He would actually speak to women, go out and interview people, ask questions, ask people why they left. Instead of just saying this, I had to examine if the church is good and safe. And how did he do that? He didn't speak to any women, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what he thinks caring deeply is. Like,
Yeah,
it must not mean the same
I
thing
think
as
he's
it means.
more. Yeah, I think he's more concerned. It doesn't come off as sincere to me. And the second thing is that when you go to statistics inside a cult, okay, I'm going to use the word because I used to never use that word, but I'm going to today, because let's take the FLDS, for instance, okay? If you go and interview women in the FLDS, every one of them is going to say they're happy, everything is great, their sex lives are fantastic, they couldn't be happier. They're not going to tell you what it's really like. And there's reasons why they condition not to do that, right? The same thing applies to Mormon women. I know, because I was one for many years. If you asked me if I was happy, I would probably choke back some tears. And then I would say, yes, everything's great. Because that's what you're conditioned to say. And you have no frame of reference what your sex life is like compared to a normal sex life. So you think it's great, but because you don't have any frame of reference. Okay, so that I'll stop with that. But I just think statistics are skewed. You can't trust them. You have to talk to people, talk to real people and get a feel. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Martine, what do you think?
Well, I think it was Britt. Britt mentioned Jared Halverson, or was it you, Julie? We had this whole blow up just a couple months ago when Jared went on and talked about the experience of women in the church. And then what did he do? He heard from real women in the church, and I guess we're sort of the equivalent of that. And he listened. It was you, Britt. Yes. we are conditioned. I mean, when you hear over and over that this is our mission and this will be your ultimate happiness, when you're asked and you're still within the confines of, the structure, you're going to say yes, because you've been told you're supposed to be happy. So, I'm going to compare it to, in my case, when you lose two children and you've been told, they're fine, they're in the, it was their mission, they were supposed to leave, and the gospel is so wonderful, and yes, you grieve, but don't be sad because you'll raise them. So for 45 years, that's why I said, yeah, I was fine because I would raise them later. And then you realize that no, that's you finally get honest with yourself and you realize that no, that's really not working anymore. And I think that's what Lila and all of us have experienced. Suddenly you wake up and you say, no, it didn't really work for me all that well.
This is such an interesting idea. Let me throw it out there for comment, okay? I'm getting the idea from Lila and Martine and others, this that we're obligated, women, and I think men too, in the Mormon church, feel obligated to say they're happy. And I'm going to throw it out there as a proposition that for true believing Mormons, male and female, to say that you're happy is the same thing as to say that the church is true.
Yes, I agree.
What do you think, Summer?
1,000%. And I'll also say that we and I didn't say this in the beginning, but my parents converted when I was 3. So I grew up in the church. I still go to church. I'm going to be 35 at the end of this month. So I know what I'm talking about. But I will also say that we are conditioned to look at other people and use that as a standard to judge ourselves. So if other people look happy with their 6 children, then I can't be miserable with my 1. And so it's not just a conditioning, but it's also not just a conditioning of saying that the church is true equals happiness. It's also looking at other people and being told this is what it looks like, and hearing conference talks and everything, and then just having to sit back and say, you know what, it's just me. And until people speak out, you don't realize that it's not just you.
Dr. Hanks.
Yeah, so there's a thing called social desirability that goes into self-report biases, right? So self-report is not necessarily the most accurate way to evaluate something, right? Because we want to be perceived a certain way. And so social desirability plays a factor in what we report. And so I think that plays a big part in LDS women's self-reporting, right? I'm supposed to be happy. I'm supposed to be fulfilled in this role. I'm supposed to. And so I think, he uses a lot of self-reporting research that actually is not the most accurate way to look at a particular issue.
Okay, very good. And apparently
let me add one more thing. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah,
Go
Britt,
finish
I was
that
just going
thought,
to say,
RFM.
go ahead. I was just going to say, apparently when the self-reporting doesn't go the way he wants it to, then he disregards it.
Yes.
Britt, go ahead.
So for me, even if we give him the self-reporting, let's see, we can debate that, and there's issues with that, and what Julie brought up is really important. But even if we give him that point of saying this self-reporting is accurate, to me, it still doesn't get him to where he wants to go, because something that we do know is that truth does not always equal happiness. There are some forms of philosophy where they will tell you your life may get harder by knowing these things. You know what I mean? And so even if you want to say that these things are accurate, it just doesn't get you to anywhere like truth. And there's a lot of science that shows that sometimes ignorance really is bliss for a brain, and complexity is hard and can sometimes make you more depressed, or can sometimes make it harder to human, or harder to know how to parent, or harder to know how to live. And so just for me, even if I give him that point, it doesn't mean that Mormonism is true. It also doesn't mean that Mormonism is the best way to get the good things that the statistics are talking about. So let's even say that that some of his statistics are true, which they're not. But even if they were, you still have to have the conversation of what is it about Mormonism that helps people have longevity or helps people have happiness? Oh, it's community and all these other things. Okay, so if these are the things that are happening in Mormonism that lend to human thriving, is Mormonism the best path for that for women? And that's still a conversation that you still have to have, even if you give him his statistics. And so for me, it just never gets there, even if I grant him the points that he wants to be making, because it doesn't prove that Mormonism is true. And it doesn't prove that Mormonism for women is the best path for them to get those good things that he's going to talk about later.
Great insight. Anybody want to comment on that?
Yeah, I have one comment. I really love all of the things that you guys are saying, because it's so clear that the happiness could very well come from just having a structure. Humans want structure, they want routine, they want something to feel meaningful, and they want community. And religion is really good at doing that. Like, that was our system of getting that for like most of human existence. Like, we made systems around religion. And so when you just have these random studies, which are not even like actual LDS based studies, like he's just saying like religious women are happier, I guess.
Yeah, in
And
general.
the next part we'll say, after he tells us that like women are less happy, and that's crazy for some reason. I don't know why he brings that up. And then he says, but if you're religious, you're happier. And I can understand where his brain is going, because in the Mormon brain, it is very black and white. And it's this, well, either the church is true and good, or you're secular and you're lost and you have nothing, right? You have to live with the emptiness that comes with not believing in anything, because I guess you can't believe in anything if you don't believe in Mormonism or Christ or whatever it is. And so it's so apparent that it probably comes from the structure, and these studies are probably accurate in the way that people say that they're happier. And when I thought about what happiness was to me as a member of the church, I mean, the only thing that my brain could really do is be like, well, happiness is like being kind and serving and loving. And so I wanted to equate that. And I said, well, I try to be kind and I try to serve and I try to love. So yes, of course I'm happy. It's almost like they trick you by giving you a different definition of happiness. And the only thing I really had in my Mormon brain of happiness is to be righteous. Like righteous was happiness, because righteous people are happy. And so it really is this trick in your head. If someone asks you if you're happy, I also would have said, absolutely, yes, I'm happy as a Mormon, because that's your whole goal in life, is to be righteous and happy. And you kind of have to claim it to be it. And so you kind of just are on this cycle of like, if I don't feel happy one day, I better get back like to my scripture read, because I need to be happy. That was kind of my mindset in it all.
I want everybody out there watching who doesn't know about Mormonism a lot to know that that's also part of the scriptures. I think it's, I know it's the Book of Mormon. I think it's Alma 41, verse 10, that says wickedness never was happiness. Because so if wickedness never was happiness, what is happiness? Well, we know, because it's drummed into us, that it's righteousness, righteousness, righteousness. In other words, obedience to the Mormon way of life. So I want to amend what I said earlier when I said that saying I'm happy in Mormonism is the same thing as saying the church is true. I think it says one more thing than that. Not only does it mean the church is true, it means I am righteous.
Yeah.
I am a faithful member of the church. I'm obedient. I do what I'm supposed to, because that's what is supposed to make me happy. Therefore, saying I'm happy, saying church is true and I'm faithful, and we're good to go. Are you anything that you want to say, Martine? Go ahead.
The covenant path will bring you happiness.
Oh, yeah. One path suits all.
And if it doesn't bring you happiness, you did something wrong.
You're off.
Right. And you should feel bad about that.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the Mormon Church and Jesus provide a way of repentance so you can get back into conformity.
Course correct.
Be happy again. Did you want to say anything more about this particular slide, Cammie?
Nope, I'm good. We can go back and keep reading.
All right. I'll see if I can figure out where I was. Once again, that's supposed to, I think it was just at the end of that paragraph. As reported in a 2009 NBER paper. I don't know if that sounds more impressive than it is. NBER. Anybody know what that is? National something. Okay. Stevenson, like we're supposed to know this guy. I don't know. Maybe it's Parker Stevenson. Stevenson and Wolfers discuss the paradox of declining female happiness since the 1970s. Now, this is the first thing he's put in all bold. Paradox of declining female happiness since the 1970s. Well, nothing was better than the 1970s. I can tell you that. That's probably why. Significant changes have been made in women's issues, including increases in real wages, educational attainment, control over fertility, and technological improvements. Given these rapid changes, Stevenson and Wolfers explain that they expected an improvement in female net happiness, especially relative to men. However, the opposite is happening. So let me quote what he quotes from this study. By many objective measures, the lives of women in the United States have improved over the past 35 years, yet we show that measures of subjective well-being indicate that women's happiness has declined both absolutely and relative to men. And then Austin asks the trenchant question, as he is wont to do, why are women less happy now? Who wants to take that one first?
Let me take a crack at it first. So I think there's two things that come up here for me. One is like, were women allowed to be unhappy in the 1950s or something like, or you know what I mean? Like you if you were unhappy, you got a lobotomy. So like I'm worried about the statistics overall here. And then second, again, it goes back to my point, even if I'm going to give you this point that women are less happy, because I see this argument a lot, even with the political conversation where people will say conservative women are happier than liberal women. And like there's some self-reporting studies that show something like that. That does not mean, that does not mean that conservatives are onto something or have something that then liberals don't. A lot of times when you ask a liberal woman, why are you more unhappy? It's awareness of so many issues, awareness of suffering, awareness of immigration issues, awareness of issues in the workplace, having to work like you don't have kids and have kids like you don't work. And when you are aware of all the problems going in the world, yeah, that can take a mental toll on you. It doesn't mean those problems aren't there just because you feel bad about them. And so sometimes conservative religious women will score legitimately higher. Like I know this data, like they will score legitimately higher in happiness, but there's also less awareness of issues. There's more spiritual bypassing. There's more like it will all work out in the next life. There's more ignorance. So if you want to say like religious women are happier because they're more ignorant of issues going on in the world, and also sometimes even ignorant of themselves, of their own selfhood, then like, yeah, you can take that point, but I don't think it's the point that you were wanting to make there.
Well, let me ask you, I was around in the 70s. That was my teens. I don't know how many of you were around in the 70s, and you don't have to admit it if you don't want to. But let's just take when you were younger and in the church. How many of you are more happy now than you were then? Okay. Julie's raising her hand. I see Cammie.
Then we were in the 70s? Is that what you're
Well,
asking?
then when you were younger. If that's the 70s, then okay.
Are you asking us if we're happier now than when we were more active Mormons?
Yes, even though you were younger.
I mean, I'm
I am.
happier now.
I'm happy.
Is there anyone who doesn't feel that way?
How about if you are actually in your own 70s?
Are you? Martine, you're not. Oh, my Lord. Wow, okay. I would not have guessed at all.
I will
But,
say though,
you
like
know,
go ahead, Martine.
So I was baptized in 1970 at the age of 15. I was a few months shy of my 16th birthday, which I actually share with, what's her name? Her name just escaped me now. Kimball. Anyway.
Camilla?
No.
You got a Camilla on the panel. You just have to put down a
Helen
couple
Mar
of boxes.
Kimball?
Helen Mar, yes. Anyway, so I was a few months shy of my 16th birthday. But it's hard because it's a hard question to answer because when I was 16 years old as a church member, I was on a high. I was on a real high.
Mm-hmm.
So, you take me back now 55 years and life experiences and all of that. Am I happier than I was? Maybe I could say, am I happier than I was 10 years ago? Because now I've left. Yes.
And the program is also different now too, to be fair, young women's and all of that. My parents converted when I was 3, like I said, and that was in 83. But if it was during the 70s, for me particularly, it would not have been a great experience because I would not have been allowed in the temple. My father would not have the priesthood, and I would not be sealed for eternity. So it's kind of crazy how he wants to bring up, a very dark time in the church's history without bringing up a very dark time. I also noticed that he uses a straw man fallacy of let's use a broader science statistic and somehow bring that into the LDS culture, but then doesn't want to talk about how Utah has one of the highest antidepressant usage rates in the whole country. And that is because we are conditioned to be happy. Like you said, RFM, happy equals righteousness. So you pop that Zoloft,
Because there's something wrong with you.
Because there's something wrong with you.
Because everybody else looks happy, and why am I not this happy?
And he doesn't want to even touch that. He wants to talk about a broad study. But if you want to talk about just Utah, and if women are happy in Utah, that's a good question.
And I will say, to nuance that point, there were times, and I'm sure we've all had days where we're deconstructing something and you're kind of dying in the process. And if you ask me if I'm happy in that moment, if I was happier being Mormon, there are times where the answer would have been, I was happier when I was Mormon, but it's not because of the Mormonism. It's not because it was true. It's because I had a resource. I no longer have a resource. And so I'm struggling, but that doesn't mean that Mormonism owns resources of human thriving, because when I was able to find that resource or another way of looking at things or begin reconstructing after my deconstruction, I no longer feel like I wish I would go back to the church in order to get this resource, because I have that now in my life and more. So the community that I have now of real relationships is now more sustaining to me than the ward that I used to be in. But there was a time that I had nobody. So again, none of that goes to the church being true. It's just saying that, people need resources. And sometimes if Mormonism is your only resource or church is your resource, it may show that you're happier, but that doesn't mean that's the only place to get those resources. Or for women, like you said, Summer, that Mormonism is the best place for women to get those resources for human thriving.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we, or I guess deconstructing made my definitions change a lot. My definitions of what happiness is, what thriving even is. And so we're asking a whole bunch of people if they're happy or if they feel like they're thriving. And we could have definitions that are on polar opposites of a spectrum, because my version of happiness was, of course, righteousness. And so that's how I was defining it. And then coming out of Mormonism, I realized there is all of this other happiness available to me that I had no idea. And it's not the happiness you think of in Mormonism, like going and drinking and partying. I used my logical skills to realize it's not a good idea to drink. It's not good for your body. It's so funny that we kind of think that that's where people go, because we have such this black and white thinking about every single thing in the church. But it opened up to this wide spectrum of what happiness is. And happiness is this cycle. And in the cycle, not all of your feelings are going to be good. You won't even that's the hard part, is they think if you experience a negative feeling anytime ever, there's an alarm going off in your head when you're Mormon. Yeah. You're I should not be experiencing this bad feeling. Bad feelings are from the devil.
Satan.
I feel confused. I feel, and you have to meet that barrier and then push through that barrier to get out of Mormonism. But the problem is, it's the barrier that sounds a lot like the devil tying his little knot around your finger with the string. And it's the same exact feelings that they told you, look out for these feelings. That's the devil trying to get you. And that's so sad and scary, especially when we all have patriarchal blessings. I mean, mine said very clearly, the devil wants to have you or something. Like you're very important to God's plan, and the devil desires to have you. Like, how am I supposed to like be okay just sitting here raising my kids thinking like the devil's after me and my kids now that I have them? I need to like not ever experience these negative feelings, because those come from the devil, and then he'll get me and I won't make it. You know, it's so hard to like even accept that that's where my brain lived for so many years, was stuck in that horrible cycle of trying to avoid anything negative, when I realized like there's happiness outside of this that looks like a regular cycle of good and bad feelings that bring joy to you, because you understand that feelings are just, you know, messages from your body telling you things.
Wow. Did anybody else have similar feelings about having negative feelings? And I want to throw into the mix the added point of interest that this is in a church that regularly brings out 2 Nephi chapter 2, which is a semi-unique kind of sermon about the necessity of bad things to good things and of misery to happiness.
I feel like Julie's entire job is just helping Mormon women feel their feelings. So, Julie, you want to speak up here?
Yes, the Mormon women, the feeling that Mormon women report in their first therapy sessions is fine, which isn't even a feeling, but I'm fine. And so most of my work is like, okay, no, everybody has the full range of emotion. Fine is not a feeling. So you're supposed to be like, I'm fine, I'm okay. Especially don't feel anger. If you feel anger, that's contention, that's of the devil. Yeah. So a lot of what I do is helping Mormon women feel anger mostly, you know, like it's okay. You're not a bad person, and it's information for you. So yeah, absolutely, Britt.
And wasn't it fun? Yeah, wasn't it fun that we actually got to see that in pop culture Mormonism, where Natasha walked a woman through her anger, and she's just like, yeah, it was kind of wrong that he did that. And Natasha's like, no, it was really wrong. Like, fuck that, like, fuck that guy. Like, let's get into some anger, you know? And like, we actually got to see, like, on television, Natasha walking a Mormon woman through being angry that she was abused, and like and she was so uncomfortable. You could see how uncomfortable she was with that emotion. So that was so interesting that part of Mormon culture like kind of got its moment on TV recently. I don't know if you watched that, RFM,
I didn't
but
see it. What was that?
Secret Lives
of Mormon Wives.
Oh yes,
absolutely fabulous trash television. Just lovely trash television.
Well, I don't know if we're going to get to all through these slides, because we have a lot. But
there's about 6 of them. Once again, that's why I said mercifully short at the outset, not only for the reading, but it gives us time to comment. Okay,
so to say, because
Lila's keeping us on track, and I appreciate that. Somebody's got to.
Yeah, I think Lila has some things to say too about the happiness. Go ahead, Lila.
Well, I just want to say this whole thing is built on a metric that's not even. It's about he's trying to prove happiness, and he's using a fake metric of happiness, because happiness does not mean blissfully unaware of anything negative in the world. If that were the case, we could all get a lobotomy and everyone would say they were happy all the time. Ask a 3-year-old if they're happy. Yeah, they're happy because they don't have anything to worry about. When you have a real life, there's going to be moments where you're really not happy, where you're angry, and you feel all the emotions. And that does not mean that the church okay, what am I trying to say? That does not mean that you're bad and that you have a spirit of contention, or that the devil is. That's cult mentality control. That is control, to tell you that your feelings don't mean anything except that the devil is in charge of you, to tell you that if you're not happy, it's because you're doing something wrong. That's how they control you. That's how they, from the day you're born in this church, from the minute you have thoughts about it, they're telling you what those thoughts mean. So when you start to really deconstruct that and you realize that that isn't true, then of course you're going to have all the spectrum of feelings, and you're going to realize, oh my gosh, I'm just a human. I'm just a whole human, just like, and I always have been, but I've been told that was bad. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So
Yeah.
to prove that Mormon women are happier, that isn't necessarily a good thing.
And like to prove that, like the only data you need to like back up what you're saying, Lila, is like the way that your voice changes when you leave the church, because all of us right now could go into Relief Society voice, right? Hi, sisters. Welcome today. Da, 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 right?
Britt, you know
Like,
what it sounds like. You don't have to tell us.
I know we could all do it. We could all tap into it. And so we actually have studies about this thing of like religious people saying like, oh, you've lost your countenance.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like
Because
we've all, like I've gotten that
Right.
that comment a lot. You've lost your light, you've lost your countenance. And when we actually dig into what they mean by that and why they think that, it's what you're saying, Lila, that this is a complex human now and there's a loss of innocence. This person can be angry. This person no longer placates me. This person no longer talks like a child. And you can see how religious women, it's very composed, but it's very childlike, the way that we talk and the way that we show up. And then when you kind of become a human, there'll be this comment from the religious world saying like, you've lost your countenance, when really what they're saying is you've lost your innocence. You're no longer a child now.
That's true.
Yeah.
Is it sort of like Eve in the Garden of Eden?
Oh, that's who I, yeah, we're going to get to that.
A lot.
Segue.
A lot.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, let's see here. And once again, don't wait for me to get to the bottom of the slide to interrupt, because I'm sure there's lots of things you might want to comment on. Austin writes, right or wrong, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has in recent years become a punching bag for women's issues.
So the church is the victim. They're the
Yes.
punching bag, by the way, in that. Just want to point that out. Okay, keep going.
Thank you very much, Brett. That's a good point. Yeah, the church is the victim here. Why, he asks, why do critics not highlight how our doctrine of the fall is the most generous to Eve and womanhood in Christianity? In our gospel story, isn't Eve a hero, not a villain? Aren't women
boy.
revered? Whoa, I hear groans from the audience, boos and hisses. Aren't women revered, not reviled in our theology because of Eve, who was groaning?
All of us were groaning, but someone did it audibly.
This one is actually this one is actually personal to me. So I'm going to say one thing and then I'm going to let others speak more. But this one is personal to me because yes, we have quotes about Eve being the hero, and yes, they are great. And we can put them in our manuals to say that, you know, women are great and women are revered. When I taught in seminary that Eve is the hero of the story, I got called into my principal's office and I was not, it was my most severe reprimanding as a seminary teacher, using the doctrine that Eve is the hero and that Eve and what that means for women and how women are kind of pushing things forward. And I used like Terrell and Fiona Givens do fantastic work on showing how Eve is the hero and how it's a different kind of fall and it's a progression, and that women are the ones, when men are just kind of sitting around naming the animals, that it was women who were the ones to say like, we have to move forward here, right? Which is like when I look at women in relationships, it's so often women saying like, we need to move forward here, right? And there's something beautiful about that. When I taught that in seminary, it was the biggest thing that led to me being let go as a seminary teacher. Wow. So like, don't tell me that this is church doctrine, because this is what got me fired as a seminary teacher. Like literally, this was the thing. It was. And my seminary teacher, my seminary president, when I'm in his room and we're talking about this, says it doesn't matter. This is his exact words. It doesn't matter that Eve took the fruit first. What matters is that they left the garden together. Like he wanted to, like he just didn't see that as valuable at all. And the fact that I was teaching what, you know, some of the few quotes that we have about Eve being the hero is the thing that got me fired from being a seminary teacher. So like, you cannot play that card, because we do not have pictures in our church buildings of Eve. Like we don't, do you know what I mean? Like of Eve herself, just like her, like, look at this hero. Like, we don't do that. So just because you can pull a few quotes does not mean that we are treating Eve in that way. I got fired as a seminary teacher for saying that.
That's a new version of Mormonism. That's not the real version, because when you go through the temple, and I noticed this because I went through in 1980, before they made the changes, Eve was severely reprimanded and she didn't say another word. And all of us took vow. We had, it says, because inasmuch as Eve was the first to partake of the forbidden fruit, all sisters now had to stand up, put our arm to the square, and swear that we would
hearken unto.
No, it wasn't hearken. No,
obey.
Obey.
Oh.
Yeah, we had to obey the law of our husbands.
Oh, I went through in 2010 and it said hearken.
No, that
I did not know.
That's in 1990 it changed. Okay, this is before that, and I had to vow that I would follow the law of my husband. Okay, so that's because of Eve. So we all women got punished for Eve's transgression. You know how it says we are not, it says that man shall not be punished for
their own
transgression, right?
Yeah.
But all the women are punished for Eve's transgression because we had to follow our husband's law and bow our heads and say yes to that. And I remember that very clearly because my husband at the time, I didn't feel like was being righteous. The dominion was not righteous. And I was mad about it. And I didn't want to have to take that vow. So this all is very clear in my memory. Eve was not the hero. That is a new spin on it. That's like saying skin isn't skin and darkness isn't darkness and all that. Eve being the hero is
if Eve is the hero, then why are women obeying and hearkening to their husbands as if it's a punishment? Like, we're not treating her like she's the hero moving humanity forward. And
she's the hero. Like, we've never taught that. It's so crazy that he uses
we have
that
some
as
quotes about we have some old quotes
we're
about
happy.
it, but we don't act like it for sure.
Well, it's not taught in the temple. Nobody
I
says,
mean,
hey, Eve, you're awesome. All the women stand up. We're going to bless you for doing, it's the opposite.
I mean, I will even pull a Brit here and say, even if I give this to him and say, Eve's a hero, symbolic elevation does not equal lived equality. So like, that sounds amazing. Great for Eve. She's, wow, she's a hero. But that doesn't change the fact that the positions that we have as women in the church are overseen by men. We can do nothing. They're auxiliary positions. And so to even try to do that and act like, no, we're better than other Christian religions because we actually think Eve, what does that mean? It means nothing if it doesn't come out in practice. Great.
It doesn't address women's issues at all. It doesn't address any of the issues that we say that we're having. He literally starts this by saying, some women say they're suffering in the church. And then he quotes them. And then he says, but are they really? Because all women are having a hard time. Because he goes to that broad study to show us it's actually like all women say that they're not really satisfied with life.
Because we're just,
and then he's going to go on and say, but religious women are a little bit better. And like LDS people are like a little bit better than even the mainstream Christian people because, we think Eve's a hero and we have the family proclamation that has one line that says we're equal, but also says that the men preside like that.
And also women couldn't be a part of producing that document. Like, Summer, that is such a good point because like the argument that women are better or that Eve is the hero then gets you to the argument that men have the priesthood because they need to have opportunities to become more like women because women are better. I've heard that argument from apologists. And it's like, if that's true, like, even if I give you that, if women are better, why are women not in the rooms where it happens? Why was Chico Okazaki heartbroken that the proclamation was written without any woman knowing that it was happening or without any female input? Like, if women are closer to God and heaven and they're angels, then like maybe ask the female leadership, if they want to add anything to the proclamation, because Chico said, I would have phrased some things differently. I would have written some things differently. She's in the leadership of the Relief Society. So you can't say women are better and then also not have any women in the rooms where it happens, even if you want to say that the priesthood is just for men to, you know, practice service because women are already instantly good at it, even if you try that argument.
This whole page he says, you know, the church has become a punching bag. And then he goes, we like women. We like Eve. Women and men have to be partners together. They're equal partners. And they have responsibility. So he's trying, it's like, we like women. It's like saying, I have friends who are women. I have daughters.
I have a black friend. I couldn't possibly be racist. Right. I've got my black friend. Right.
So we don't deserve to be a punching bag because we like women.
Yeah.
And we even acknowledge a divine feminine that we can't talk about and we don't know anything about, but we even acknowledge it.
If you talk about it, you'll get excommunicated. Yeah.
And compared to much of Christianity, women in the church have lots of responsibilities compared to other patriarchal religions. Like he doesn't even explore the possibility that there may be other kinds of systems where women aren't disenfranchised, where women aren't less than. It's just compared to the rest.
I was just going to say the community of Christ just has
prophet.
They're first.
Right. They're
And
first.
I have to question how much he's researched other religious structures.
Right.
Because it's such a broad blanket statement, and he obviously has not attended other services. Yes, Community of Christ, but you know, I just attended Mass twice. I went Palm Sunday and I went to Easter, and then I spoke with our bed and breakfast hostess, who is deeply religious Catholic. And, you know, we talked about like who teaches, you know, he says, you know, women preach and they teach. Who teaches catechism classes in the Catholic Church? Who teaches the youth and the children? It's the women. The women participate in the Mass. Yeah, they're not priests, just like we're not. We were not. And I just attended a ward in Virginia a few weeks ago, you know, and the young women were giving out programs. And that's their new job. It has no title.
Oh, wow.
Just like their classes have no titles. He has daughters. Has he noticed that? Their classes have no titles. They are nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but speaking of, you know, our church, yes, you can be president over an organization. I know he just has not studied other religions.
Yeah.
I think his argument seems to be that out of all the gulags in the world, we have the best. Even though he hasn't even visited any of the other gulags.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you know, debating which LDS prophet was the most racist kind of thing. Like, was Brigham Young worse than the other? And it's like, well, it wasn't great. You know, they weren't great. Mm-hmm. Let's just leave it at that.
Does he ever use like specifically studies comparing Mormonism to maybe other forms of religion or Christianity, or he's using like only broad religious studies and then applying it to Mormonism?
It's just broad. It's just broad.
Because that's my issue is like, even if you're right, you can't use religion, which we know carries a lot of things that are good for people, which is what I talk about a lot. You can't then just like apply it to then, Mormonism just like gets then it's true. Like that doesn't equate. Or also, is this the best place for women to get those things? Because he's not using any of those studies. Because those studies, when we talk about women in the church and limits to human development, if you look at those studies, you know, if you were to use that data, it would not give him kind of that blanket pass that he's using by just saying religion is good for people.
Well, thank you for that point. I just want to say on behalf of men everywhere, Britt, that those animals are not going to name themselves, okay? It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Okay, so he goes on with his questions. He's got a litany of questions here that he thinks are quite penetrating. Doesn't our doctrine exalt women? So he's gotten done asking questions about Eve, and doesn't that help women in the church? I would suggest, by the way, that if, to the extent that this is true and that Eve is a hero in the church, then the fact that women are treated as unequally as they are just gets thrown into sharper relief.
Yeah,
That's right.
That the doctrine, and that includes Heavenly Mother too. He's going to get to that here in a second.
Yeah.
And that's the idea of an exalted woman god in the pantheon of Mormonism throws the inequality of women's treatment in the church into sharp relief as well. He says, doesn't our doctrine exalt women in God's plan? Isn't it the case that our doctrine teaches that men and women cannot reach their full potential without each other? Any thoughts about those questions?
That argument would make more sense without polygamy, because
exactly what I was
you know what I
thinking.
mean? That like if it was a doctrine where like you need, it's almost like a Taoism thing where you need a man and a woman in order to become like an exalted whole person. I don't necessarily love that argument, but even if you were going there, you can't do that with polygamy, because with polygamy, in the economy of heaven, a man has a lot more value, because you could have one man to 100 women. So if 100 women can all share this one man, then this is not full potential without each other. Like you can't do that and hold on to polygamy, even celestial polygamy, right? Because Nelson and Oakes are still living polygamy. And so you just can't do that with polygamy at all, even if it was a good argument, and I don't even know if it is. That's not an argument that you can use while the prophet is going to be sealed to 2 women. Then that throws that off.
The doctrine that we have right now, and what Britt is saying, is women need men to reach their full potential, which is why a man can have multiple women, because it's the woman who needs to make sure that, you know, there's apparently a shortage in heaven, and we have to have a male. Whereas men don't need to worry. You know, a woman isn't marrying 6 men because the man needs to make sure. So yeah, it's not an equal. Men and women cannot fulfill it.
It's a buyer's market for men.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like he's saying, like, we say nice things about you and you get to come with us into heaven. So why are you upset about this?
Exactly.
Right.
Like, why are you having a hard time? Like,
And
it's
you're a
set up where you can
priestess,
we'll
like
take you
he's
with
a
us.
god. You're a priestess to your
Yeah.
husband.
Yes.
He's a god.
Yeah.
That's
We
not
have-
not
yeah.
the same thing.
No. We talk of heavenly parents, heavenly mother. We don't talk of heavenly mother as a goddess. And I did a deep search last night and this morning, and I sort of ran out of time, and Chat GPT wasn't terribly helpful because it was telling me, yes, the church teaches that. And I was going to their sources, and their sources, no, it's not God. It teaches just what he said. Men and women are equal. And, you know, our theology says that we need each other and we'll be exalted together. But that doesn't make the woman a goddess. It makes her a mother in heaven.
Yeah.
And yes, another phrase in the church is that we are all gods in embryo, but they don't take it further than that. The man is the god in embryo. The woman is the partner who gets to tag along and bear the children.
And even if you are a goddess, like even if you gave him that point, like look at Heavenly Mother. Like, would you want to be a mother when you can't talk to your children and you have no role? You have no, like, she's not in the temple. She's not creating anything. She's not talking to the kids. She's not apparently doing anything. So I don't even know like why it's such a big sell to like you get to be a goddess. Our Heavenly Mother is absent and silent and doesn't even show up in the temple when they're like creating planets,
too
which seems like
sacred.
it would be fun to do, right? She's
too
so sacred.
sacred.
She just needs to lay down in a cloud and just like be a womb or whatever she does Like, so this goddess that you're trying to sell me on, like, it would be more cool if she was like designing planets in the temple or doing something or talking to her kids or I don't know, anything. You're a goddess, do something, but she's not even doing anything. So I don't know why this is a selling point at all.
Lip service, and nothing to back
So
it
it's like,
up.
really, you're a priestess to your husband. You're one of many, and a goddess doesn't do anything. So I'm not sure what you're selling me here, but like, I'm not buying.
I think they tried to make up for that in the temple by having all the guys wear dresses. Does that help?
The robe.
This is where we have to have faith that it's all going to work out in the end. Like, I think every time you get backed into that wall where you're like, well, how is it going to work if my husband, I remember having questions like that, all these polygamy questions or questions about the afterlife or Heavenly Mother. And it's always, but this is God we're talking about, and God loves you and he's awesome. So it's going to be great no matter what it is. And that
I will say,
always the answer. It's just going to be great. Can you imagine? Joseph Smith saw like something more beautiful than this earth, and that was just the lowest kingdom. So it's going to be great. Don't worry about it.
And I think Julie might agree with me on this one. Like, after seeing hundreds, maybe thousands of Mormons, I've never had a Mormon woman have to mourn Mormon heaven, like as part of her deconstructions of things that you lose, right? Maybe you lose like, oh, like I thought I was going to be with my children and maybe I am going to die. There can be that. But I've never had a Mormon woman say like, I thought I was going to be a goddess and now I'm not going to be. And I'm mourning that. That's never happened because it's like, not like, what do you mean? Like, that's not something that was ever selling us in the first place.
Yeah, once you overcome the fear, it's easy to let that go because the story isn't that great. Like,
right, because it's not that great. There are other things to mourn. Like, there is mourning involved when you lose your faith, but Mormon heaven and becoming a goddess is not the thing that ever shows up for me with clients.
But I know a number of very patriarchal men who totally look forward to creating worlds and populating them, and they will say that
1,000%.
they can't wait to do that. They have it all planned already.
RFM, do you miss that? Do you miss?
I'm not sure I ever really fully bought into it.
That you're going to create worlds?
Is there a comedian named Rita Rudner? I can't remember. Like, from 20 years ago, there was this female comedian, and she was talking about how.
Is it Radner?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yes.
Gilda Radner?
Not Gilda. Not Gilda.
Yes.
It's a Rita, I think. But she was a stand-up comic, and she was talking about a friend of hers who was in labor with her first child for 36 hours. And she goes, can you imagine 36 hours? I don't want to do something that feels good for 36 hours. So when I heard that, I laughed because I thought it was very funny. I thought, how does that play into the Mormon plan of salvation and all that procreating that's supposed to be going on?
Wait, we don't even know how spirits are created. There's no theology about spirits being created. How do we know that there's any sexuality involved in creating a spirit? That's in creating bodies. So we don't even know.
We don't even know.
I will say it was suggested by Joseph Smith. It was adopted whole hog by Brigham Young. And that is one thing that he came up with, that the church has not abandoned. And the church believes it completely today. The entire doctrine of, polygamy is still with us. But I also think that I'll leave that out of it and we'll just continue, okay? Does anybody else have any other comments about this before we go on?
And Artha, maybe you can go section by section if you want to, because I think we could do like a whole section and then we all would have thoughts on.
Yeah.
I can do that too, and maybe that will be a good idea. So he goes on now about the proclamation, the 1995 proclamation to the world. I know nobody's going to want to talk about that. He said, doesn't the church's 1995 doctrinal statement, the family, a proclamation to the world, teach that fathers, and this is the quote, fathers and mothers are obligated to help one another as equal partners? That's what it says right there in the proclamation. Compared to much of Christianity, don't the women of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints have far more teaching, preaching, and leadership responsibilities? He's going to channel Annette Dennis here. He asked, don't the women in the church have more teaching, preaching, and leadership responsibilities
doesn't know
compared
that.
to much of Christianity, which means he doesn't have any idea about any of Christianity.
He doesn't know that.
No.
There are women pastors, there are women
Yeah.
priests. He doesn't. He's not
doesn't.
even
Yeah.
No.
Well, don't our women teach at the pulpit, he asks? Don't they serve as youth pastors, which he puts intriguingly in quotes because we don't use that term in our church.
Youth
They use it in other
pastors.
churches. Aren't women involved in the ward council, which oversees the entire ward? Aren't they? Do any other Christian churches, do any other Christian churches acknowledge the divine feminine like the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints does?
Oh man.
What do you think?
Write a book about it and see what happens.
Oh, what do you mean, Lila?
Don't we want to go back to the family proclamation and equal partners?
Yeah, let's go back there.
I want to hear Julie talk about this idea of the church trying to hold equal partners, and then the man is the leader in the stewardship.
Yeah.
Because Julie's got a rant ready to go on that one.
I do. I'm ready to go. So you cannot have one person preside and be in charge and have control and be the decision maker and be equal partners. Like that is not possible. That by definition, when one presides, that is inequality.
That's right.
And so
You said the word equal, so it must be.
It sounds
well, I
equal
know.
to me.
Let's throw it in equal but different is what, like, you're different but you're equal in that you know, we value what you're doing, women. You just don't have decision-making power over a man. So I have studied this, like trying to make sense of how can they say preside, and people will tend to go, well, you know, it's a paradox and there's truth in paradox. I'm like, no, I think it's bullshit. I think it's just, I think they threw in equal partners just to like see, so people could pull it out like for a quote. See, like, look, you're equal. Men and women are equal. It says it in the proclamation, so it must be true.
They mean equal is like both people are doing, like both people are doing stuff so that it's equal, but he's presiding. And it's like, yes, women are doing all of the babysitting. They are running the entire like youth and kids program. But it's because like the men don't want to, and we step up and we do it, and we do it great. And then when it talks about we're in ward councils, excuse me, sir, we were told by Elder Ballard on the pulpit, quote, do not talk too much in these council meetings. That is a direct quote from a modern apostle about what women should be doing in these ward council meetings, which is do not talk too much.
And there are 2 women in the council, and how many men?
Yeah.
Probably 5 times that.
Yeah.
So
and even my most active Mormon friends will say that they've been in those councils and felt like their voice was unheard, and felt like their ideas weren't valued, and felt like they weren't listened to or trusted with something. And so even the most active Mormon women I know will admit those ward council meetings, they are like Elder Ballard says, do not talk too much in those ward council meetings. You are not valued the same way.
And just like in board meetings outside of the church, where women will present a great idea that is ignored, disregarded, until a man picks it up. That's exactly what happens in ward council meetings. In most of them, you have sensitive bishops. My husband was one. But that goes back to the point Chris made earlier, which were my thoughts exactly. The reason women are voicing more discontent is actually in part because of the progress, because we're able to voice the discontent our mothers and grandmothers weren't allowed to do. But we also still see the inequality, whether it's in the church or out of the church. It's still there. And that's why there is more discontent. I don't know that there's more, but we feel freer to.
I think there's more emotional honesty now too, because there's social media. People are talking and saying, this is my experience. And another person's like, oh my gosh, that's my experience. And I live in Germany, and this one lives in Norway. This one lives in the US. So I think the lived experiences in talking about it, there's more emotional honesty, and even like true believing members who go to church, women, they will say, yeah, I didn't feel heard, or, I don't like that as Relief Society president, I still need to get permission, and the final say goes to someone. I mean, some of them will be nuanced enough to say that there is discontent here and there where they never would have before.
I'm interested by this observation. Were you going to say something, Lila? Was that you raising your hand?
Yeah, but you go first.
Okay, well, I'm going to go right to you with this question, so you can go with this or something else, whatever you wanted to say. I'm interested in this observation that at the very same time that they're allowing women into these ward councils, they're shushing them up. Because one thing looks like they're being progressive, and the other thing looks like they're being the same old Mormon church. What do you think about that, Lila, or whatever else it was you were going to say?
Well, it's the token, let the women come in, because we have to act like we care about them. We have to act like they have a voice. So they allow them in, but then they shush them up, as they always have. Nothing's changing, but they're talking the talk. They're walking the walk in the sense that they want the optics to look like they are respecting women. But the truth is, and our lived experience is, that is not. That is one thing that I have learned more than anything else after deconstructing, is that what the church says publicly is not what they do. Mm-hmm. It is all just for optics. It is for PR. Mm-hmm. They want their PR to look stellar. But you just take one step below that and you look at it and you see that what they're saying is not what they're doing, period. So when they talk about, we care about children and sex abuse, and we value, God, they say all these things in their PR statement, but we all know what goes on in reality is that they settle out of court because they don't want anybody to know that the vast systemic problem that they have, and that they're just hiding it. And the same thing is for the women. They're telling us there's no other place on the planet where women are so revered and have so much power, Annette Dennis. And also he's saying it in this paper, but it's not true. It's just not true. We lived it. We know it. It's not true. It's a lie. Period.
Julie? Yes. Thank you, Lila. Julie?
I was shocked. Well, I shouldn't be shocked, but I was surprised to find out that the female top leaders do not meet directly with the First Presidency. They meet with the councils, the Priesthood and Family Council, that have a member of the 12 on them, but they do not go and meet with the First Presidency. I just thought that's not right. That's not. Can
I tell you my favorite Fiona Given story? She's a legend. I really like her, but she was doing, her and Terrell were presenting something to the Q15, some like church history thing that they were explaining to them, and it was like snack time, and they brought their snacks in order of seniority. And then they ate in order of seniority. And Fiona was like, guys, this is, I don't know the words that she used. She probably didn't say bullshit, but she called them out in session of this is too much, that they have to leave the room in order of succession. They were eating their snack in order of succession. It's my favorite story that she called them out for that. But yeah, they've only met with the Q15. They never have direct access to the First Presidency.
Wow.
And I will say, on a personal note, Utah politicians have access if they need, especially, but the First Presidency will reach out directly to Utah politicians. So the fact that women that are in these high positions they don't even sit down with them, that blows my mind. Julie, I had no idea. That's crazy.
So if the women may not be able to meet with the First Presidency, but if the president wants to meet with the women, he can do that. At least the street runs that way. As when President Hinckley met with the Relief Society president back in 1995 with a special request. And that had to do with that question that I've read about. Doesn't the church's 1995 doctrinal statement, the family of proclamation to the world, teach that they're equal partners? We talked about the equal partners part, but what about the whole way this went down? Anybody want to talk about that?
You're saying that we're equal partners, but we created this document and we're going to present it at your Relief Society meeting. And because we're going to be the voices for your Relief Society meeting. I mean, we're at this point, RFM, like we're like a step in the right direction would be getting as much power as early Mormon women had. So we have less in 2025. We have less power as Mormon women than we did in 1850. You know what I mean? Like, because early women, like when we talk about the Relief Society, like Joseph turned the keys over to the women. Like, you have your own budget, you have your own curriculum, you guys can bless each other, you guys can be he'll even use the word like prophetess when describing like Eliza Snow. And so there was more power for women to use their spiritual gifts and to also run their own, like, and it's not like women aren't capable. Ask any Mormon, the most active Mormon, what's going to be run better, like when the young women are in charge of the activity or when the young men are in charge of the activity. Like the young women, you know what I mean? And so the fact that the Relief Society doesn't even have its own budget and its own curriculum and its own autonomy is actually less power than what we started with. So like, can we even just get to where we started? Because it's less now than it was then.
You really highlight the fact that when Gordon B. Hinckley goes to the Relief Society presidency, was it Chieko?
It was Elaine Jack.
It was Elaine Jack was the president?
Was the president, yeah.
Okay. And goes to her back in 1995 and says, look, I know, maybe he didn't know, but he says, I know that you already have your entire women's session for General Conference, October 1995, already mapped out. Maybe he didn't know that. Maybe they were just super organized and it surprised him. But they have it all mapped out. They have all their speakers chosen. They have a theme that is chosen. And their theme is about, what was it about? It was about being accepting of different kinds of people in different kinds of family situations. Different kinds of women in different kinds of family situations. So it's supposed to be very welcoming, very accepting. And Gordon B. Hinckley goes to her and says, I want you to take your time to allow me to read this proclamation during the women's conference, and you can just sort of rearrange your schedule to accommodate me. And she did. And the irony is, of course, they had no women's input in this, and it was Chieko Izaki who said that later, that they were not asked for any input into
she was really hurt by that.
Families and also about women's role in the church, and that she thought maybe they could have added something of value. But just having men draft this, taking over the women's time, and having the chutzpah to, in this document itself, say that men and women are equal in the church.
See, and Chieko would have been, she was the one who spoke out years later, because she was the one who had a career to start with, and she had an equal partnership. When you read that again, I thought about her and I wonder how she might have rewritten the whole thing. Because she and Ed, her husband, did have an equal partnership, and he didn't preside over her. I guarantee it.
I think I've been mangling her last name, and I apologize. It's
Okazaki.
Ozaki.
Okazaki. Okazaki.
I think it's just Ozaki. I don't think it's an Oka.
No, it's Okazaki.
No, it is. It's Okazaki.
Yeah, it's Okazaki.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to check it out here only because I want to be right. Chieko.
And I'm so sorry you're going to be wrong.
It's Okazaki. No. Somebody has misspelled it Okazaki on the internet. No, hang on a second here.
That presidency was.
This is weird. I'm finding alternate. No, it's Ozaki in the BYU Scholars Archive.
No,
that looks like
you want me to get one of her books and show you? I've got her books here.
RFM,
No.
we're really not doing a really good case for you when we have an all women's panel.
Yeah.
And
You're wrong, RFM.
you're trying to tell
Yeah,
us how to
and the
pronounce
internet
the
is wrong.
Relief Society's last name.
Well, I'm just
She's the
We have her
patron of
book.
Mormon women. We know
well, at
we
least I
know her.
the
We
first
love her.
presidency's names. I'm
like-
finding different. I'm
It's
finding
like telling,
different.
it's like trying to tell some dude bro, like, no, it's Joe Rogan. And it's like, no, we know. Like, we know it's Okazaki. Like, she's
Okay.
our patron saint. Like, we know.
Well, I went to Japan on my mission, so that's what I'm trying to cover for.
I
but
know.
it looks like,
Alright.
looks like it's Okazaki. Okay.
Yeah, Okazaki. That was
I'll be
the
editing that part out of the
presidency.
podcast.
You better not.
I won't. Okay.
That
So now that we've
was.
established that I was
I'm
correct,
sorry,
and it is
RFM, I'm going to speak
Okazaki.
over you. That was my presidency when I was Relief Society president.
Oh.
So I hold them. They were just wonderful examples for me to have. I used her first book in teaching the sisters in my ward. I used her principles. She had, every talk she gave, not just in general conference, at BYU, and she was very in demand as a speaker. Those were the talks that made up her books and her object lessons. And anyway, I used those for 3 years when I was Relief Society president. They were a godsend to me 30 plus years ago, 35 years ago now. Yeah.
So is it fair to say that in 30 plus years, we've gone from Chieko Okazaki to Annette Dennis?
Yeah, we have.
All
And
right.
he's wondering why women aren't as happy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
By
were.
the way,
a breath-
there's something
a breath of
interesting
fresh air.
psychologically going on in this, I think, where he talks about
He's got a mic.
Well, what is? Yeah.
that's women being equal. Here's the thing about that they reveal about themselves is not only that we understand that women are not treated equally in the church, but at the same time, we realize that the church recognizes that that's not a socially acceptable kind of thing to say, which forces them into this position of saying things that are absolutely not true.
Yeah.
Right.
Because to say that they're equal partners is the right thing to say, regardless of what the reality is on the ground.
Right.
But that is how all churches change from pressures from the outside anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so do any other
Excited for
Christian
this
churches
next section.
acknowledge the divine feminine like the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints does? I don't know, and neither does he, is the thing.
No, we don't. I mean, we pay lip service to it.
You could
mean,
make an argument. There are other non-Christian churches that really value the divine feminine. That's why young women are turning to paganism and witchy things in the occult, because it's very centered in intuition and divine feminine. So that's where Gen Z is going. So if you want to say like divine feminine, where that is happening the most, that's happening in New Age spirituality, and that's where Gen Z is going. So they're not going to go to Mormonism for that, for some silent divine woman. You could maybe make the argument that Catholicism values the divine women in how they've elevated Mary to kind of represent kind of the divine feminine. And certainly when you go to a place like Rome, like there's more images of Mary and divine feminine than there would be of the masculine. You could maybe make that argument. But yeah, if you want to say like where the divine feminine is the strongest, it's going to be in these very nature, earthy, witchy, pagan places, which is where Gen Z women are going. So,
And Earth is represented as a woman.
yeah, like that's all happening outside of Mormonism and pagan
I don't
spaces.
think it's a coincidence that he said any other Christian churches.
Oh,
Because I
yeah,
was
good
thinking
point.
the same thing, Britt, was there's a lot out there, but he just made sure he's like, let's go general and then
But
let's get specific.
it's like, I don't know what's worse. Is it worse as a kid to just not have a mother, or to have a mother who just abandoned you? Do you know what I mean? Like, sure, we have a divine mother. She hasn't reached out to us. So is that worse to actually have a divine mother who abandons you than to have it be mysterious and not have one at all? I don't even know if that's better.
His big point is that we acknowledge her. Like, that's the word that he uses. Is like, she's in a song, not even in the first verse of a song. She's just kind of in one of our songs.
Yeah.
And then we kind of mention her sometimes, but we also like mention more times to not talk about her and how sacred it is that we don't say anything. So
And
it's
like I
almost silly
said,
that he uses it.
if you write about the divine feminine, ask Fiona. Like, she got backslapped for writing about the divine feminine. All kinds of women, I can name several.
They were so cruel to her for like what she was trying to do with divine feminine. They really treated her pretty bad.
Right? And then all the women that were excommunicated for writing books, Mother in Heaven.
Yeah.
So you can't. What's Martine showing us?
Is that the book?
Well, that's the book by MacArthur Krishna. I'm sure you all know. She's got this whole movement. Her books are sold at Desert Book. She holds conferences, and nothing's been done to her.
Well, give it some time, because a lot of people have.
This is from a thrift book, but one of her friends has mentioned. Elder Redland, spoke in conference and said, you can know as much as I know about Mother in Heaven. There's a gospel essay on it. That's all we know. And no, we're not going to ask anymore. But
if she had a bigger social media presence, then she would be. There's some things in there that I think she would get church discipline for, but she's not a big enough social media presence, so they leave her alone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. She speaks at at Faith Matters conferences. She presents at.
Yeah, but that's at Faith Matters. If she started speaking at Sunstone, it'd be different. If she started speaking on TikTok, it'd be different. You know what I mean?
Okay.
She's only staying within some bounds, and so they allow her to do what she does.
Including having her book sold at Desert Book. That's sort of interesting.
Yeah, but because she's not openly challenging anything on social media.
Not yet, anyway.
Social media is the killer.
Can we go back to Fiona Givens for a second? Because I was aware that a couple of years ago, she was involved in some kind of, it was the Neil A. Maxwell Institute.
Yeah.
Some presentation they were making at a ward in Harlem, of all places, as I recall. And she was talking about something related to Heavenly Mother, and the axe came down on her right afterward. And she was silenced and not really allowed to participate in any more reindeer games for a while. But Britt, do you know any more details? Does anybody else here know any more details about what happened?
I think more of what happened also is that she was involved in writing about Mother in Heaven, about like some collective essays about Mother in Heaven, and everybody else's essays they took, and for hers they kept sending back revisions, and then they kicked her off the project, and then they started to shun her at BYU and some of the things that she was doing with Terrell, and she like kind of got like, not only are you not allowed to really publish anymore, but you're not really allowed to speak anymore, and you're not invited to these like BYU conferences that we're doing, and she really got shunned pretty heavily, and was very hurt by that, I think. And then she was like staying to kind of let Terrell finish all of his things. And then I hope when Terrell is kind of done doing what he wants to do, that she'll write the book that she's always wanted to write, that she's never had the freedom to. I hope she writes that book.
I hope she'll include this episode in it. Because I was surprised by that, and I wondered what was her cardinal sin, and what was she saying about Heavenly Mother that was so offensive to the powers
I will
that
say
be?
she does have a belief that the real Trinity, I don't know if she'd use that word, but she does believe that it's really Heavenly Father, Heavenly Mother, and Jesus as the three, and she believes that the tree of life story kind of represents that. She has some scriptural basis for that, some Asherah stuff she'll bring into that. So she really believes that the real Godhead is Father, Mother, and Son, and she believes that there's extensive Christian and Mormon doctrine that can back that up, and where that would be not something that the church would say.
Okay. Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate it, because I was really, really in the dark, but wondering what on earth had happened. Any more comments about this slide before we go to the next?
I think I have a question for Julie. Sure. Let me see if I can, because of your vast experience listening to women. You know, when this topic comes up, we will hear from the faithful women that I have never felt disrespected or not heard in the church. Where does that come from? Since all of us have experienced this, I have to say I had a great experience as Relief Study president. I had that was 35 years ago. I had a wonderful bishop who insisted that I attend priesthood executive committee meetings, who always referred to me as President Smith. Really a great guy. But I know that's a rare experience. I chose the people I chose. But anyway, I know that is rare. So have you had women come in, and I don't know, because by the time they come to you, they realize they have not always been respected.
Yeah, definitely. And I just think not everyone has the same experience, right? There are a lot of women who are very happy in the church and who like being put on a pedestal and who like having someone else be in charge, and who like it. We internalize patriarchy as women, and that's all we know. And so until you have something that challenges the status quo, you wouldn't be aware of that it could be anything different than it is.
Yeah, I think about, some women I've known, from years ago, with 8, 9, 10 children, whatever. And the highlight of their year was Mother's Day, showing up to church with the corsage that their husbands had bought them that day to honor them for fulfilling their mission. And those women, they probably never did feel disrespected because they were pedestalized as a mother.
Some women's desires really match up beautifully with what the church teaches. I have some family members who that's the case, and there's been no friction or tension between what the church teaches and what their personal desires are. And that was not my experience. My desires were very different than what the church taught. And so if you happen to have desires that match with what the church teaches for women, then there's really there's not a lot of tension there.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Thank you for that question and for that answer. Moving on to the next slide. Oh, we've got a special slide.
Well, that probably should have been, we've kind of passed this, so you can skip it. It's mine, but we can.
Well, explain it to us, would you?
Yeah, he talked about declining female happiness, and if you dig into the research, there's really good reasons for that. It's not that, women, there's all these advances and women still aren't happy, and so they need the church. It's like, no, there are actual reasons. Women have higher expectations, and the reality does not match up. A huge part of women's declining happiness is that they're still doing the bulk of unpaid caregiving work. Men haven't stepped into home life as much as women have stepped into paid work. And so there are just so many reasons for that he doesn't even acknowledge. Women have less leisure time. There's still inequality, even though we have had a lot of progress in terms of women's empowerment and equality. So that I just wanted to say, like, he talks about this research, but there are actually really good reasons that women's happiness has declined, even though women's equality has improved, or certain aspects have improved. So that was my only point on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I didn't want to skip it completely. We go to the next slide, which is his next part of his chapter, titled "How Religious Men Affect the Women and Children Around Them."
Okay, stop. Just the title of this. Let's center men again in a chapter on women. Like, just the title is the irony is so thick.
Instead of saying how women and children are affected by religious men or by religion, it's how are religious men, how do they affect this? I might have to mute while you do this one though, RFM, because my audibles might detract, because this section really ticked me off.
Okay, well, just let it flow. I didn't even get through the title of this one. That's amazing.
No.
How religious men affect the women and children around them. So actually, I get the feeling he's going to talk about how great the church is for men, and the women should be happy for the reflected glory they receive from them.
Yeah.
He says Megan Kohler. Now, Megan Kohler, he starts off with a woman's name. Do any of you recognize that name? Because I did not when I read this.
No, I don't.
No.
Nobody does?
No,
She writes. She's like she does blogs and sometimes writes for some of the church stuff.
Yeah.
She just
Well,
responded
Public
to,
Square, yeah.
yeah, she just
Public
responded to
Square.
the garments thing that came out with
Okay.
the New York Times or something, and John Dehlin made a comment, and she did a whole article responding to
Oh, that's her.
how could he know, like, how would he know when he was just saying, from my experience of interviewing all of these women who
Yeah.
are in and out of the church, this is what they've told me. But she goes ahead and decides to say, like, that's so inappropriate that you would ask this ex-Mormon antagonistic man what women feel. But
Yeah, Megan Kohler did the perfect Mormon apologist thing of actually saying that if you are not an active member of the church, you don't have an opinion that's worth hearing on any church issue.
Yes.
And that is the complete silencing of anybody who wises up enough or becomes disaffected with the church and leaves it. Now you are not supposed to be able to poison the water hole for all those active members who might be reading the New York Times.
But that's exactly what you're supposed to do when you have a cult-like mindset and you're stuck in a system where you have to have information that confirms that you're right, or everything else is bad and wrong and against you. And so they're incapable of hearing people who describe a different experience than them. Like, it's a capacity problem. Like, I really truly believe that, because I know a lot of good people who just tune out when you tell them about your real experience, because it's just too negative for them to understand. The devil's going to get them, so they just tune it out.
And people like apologists like Megan Kohler, Megan Kohler, are unaware of the fact that they're actually saying the quiet part out loud, but they don't see anything wrong with it. They don't see anything wrong with the fact that she is arguing that people who've left the church don't get to have an opinion about the church anymore. The only people we're going to hear from about the church are the people who love it.
I mean, that's what we've been told our whole existence in the church. It's just she's now saying it out loud. So I think I see a lot of people reading that article, and I'm sure they're just like, yeah, no, that's about right. You shouldn't be talking about, you can leave the church, but you can't leave it alone. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And as a blogger and a journalist, she probably would also agree with, like, doing good study and, like, looking at all opinions. Like, she would probably say phrases like that she is, willing to dive deep and get everybody's, like, opinion and understanding. But then this blind spot just goes up when it comes to specifically the church, and anybody who is against the church or doesn't agree with her about the church. She just can't see it, even though she is, I don't know, these people, they think they live in reality, and then they don't, because they think they're functioning like a normal person, and they can't see that this indoctrination has really kind of veered them off the path, and they don't really see the problem with claiming that other people aren't allowed to have an opinion about something. They just invalidate those experiences.
Yeah.
I want to ask the panel a question, and I think it's a difficult question. It's a sensitive question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Here we've got this lady journalist, or writer at least, named Megan Kohler, who's going to be saying things about women in the church that are different from your lived experience. And it's going to be quoted by a man, Austin Fife, in his Light and Truth letter. Is there anything about what Megan Kohler says that you would take differently as a woman if she were a man? In other words, does it strike you or hit you differently that a woman is saying these things and being quoted to this effect than it would if it were simply another guy saying the same old thing?
That's a difficult.
Maybe you want to read it, and then we can kind of jump
Great
in.
idea.
There's
Megan
really
Kohler,
good,
let me put this down here so it'll be a little bit larger. Megan Kohler, a contributor for Deseret News and Public Square Magazine. highlights how women's happiness in the church cannot be separated from the moral development of men. Megan shares the following observations. So the more moral the men are, the happier their women will be. Quoting from her, priesthood service in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, wherein laymen serve in various unique capacities. So priesthood service helps teach men of all ages how to care for others, including women, presumably. Next quote is, nearly a quarter of American children are raised in single-parent families, and over 80% of single parents are women. The poverty rate for those families is nearly 5 times higher than for married couple families, with women and children making up 70% of our nation's poor, which I take from that quote, it means that women should get married to men in order to increase their financial station. These women and children are also at higher risk for substance abuse. Without men, you guys would all be doing crack. Domestic abuse, violent crimes, and deaths of despair. That sounds like suicide. They experience much lower economic, a death of despair. I've never heard it put like that. They experience much lower economic mobility and are far more likely to experience intergenerational poverty, mental illness, and incarceration.
The obvious question, like it's just so obvious, any of us can say it, and the listeners is the obvious thing is that why women, knowing that they may struggle financially by getting divorced and being a single parent, knowing that it may even like make their kids' lives kind of tough to do so, why are they choosing to do it?
Because the alternative.
Because of the alternative. Because he's, if you have 4 children, this is a 5th child. Because I'm giving more than I'm getting out of this partnership, out of this arrangement. I'd rather, take a hit financially than have you be my kid's father. Like, do you know what I mean? So like, if women know this, or this is happening, where are these men? Why do, like, if men are so great, then why would this be happening? And he doesn't even think to like ask that kind of question.
Yeah, he didn't put the divorce rates in there because they are high, but they are also in relation to the LDS church now too. It's not like it's lower.
Yeah, and like, why do women divorce more than men? Like, that's not a question that's considered. He's just saying like, oh, if you divorce a man, your life's going to be harder. And it's like, okay, so why are women choosing that?
And where are the men? What are they doing? Why aren't they the single parents? And why aren't they paying child support to take care of their families? Or right, like there's so many questions in this paragraph that aren't explored.
It's like the kids get poverty if they break up. Okay, so then like, where was dad? Where was dad when mom was working and raising the kids?
Britt, we're busy. We're out naming animals.
I guess so. Yeah. Someone's got to do it, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what his end goal is here, because he just told us that women are not very happy overall. And then he's like, and we say nice things to you in our church, so it's better. And then he's going to go into this whole spiel about how, like, you actually need us, because if you don't have us, if you don't have the men, like, you're just homeless drug addicts, and your children are going to be too. So,
right.
If he's going to like fear or something, like, you should be scared. Like, you need us. Like, you're nothing without us, is kind of the point that he's making. Which
There's a touch of extortion in that paragraph.
Yeah. But like Lila was just about to say, this is from a woman. And so he's using her thing. Lila, you can keep going with that, because I heard you saying this is from Megan.
Yeah. This is her stuff. This isn't his. He just put it in here because it's a woman talking about how women need men in order to not be all these things, all these bad statistics. And then that men need the religiosity for them not to go out and be sexually assaulting people. So like,
which we can talk later about the fact that, do they really?
We can talk a lot about that, right? So like this whole page is a bunch of noise. This means zero, nothing. All of this is,
if anything, it makes men look bad. Like, where were you?
Yeah,
Like, if
where
there's all
were
these
you?
problems,
Why
and
are all these women
and
being, yeah,
if women are saying it's not worth it to be married to you, I'm going to do this even though it makes life harder, and you're not even going to help the kids if you're not like getting regular sex from me, like, then like this is trying to make women look like they need men. It just makes men look worse, honestly.
And then she cherry picks Utah stats in this next paragraph, right?
Yeah.
And then on the next slide after this one, RFM, I have some actual stats for Utah.
Oh, perfect.
So
Just
let's
take
do
that.
this.
You go. Yeah.
Let's
you
do
take that.
this.
Okay, so she says Utah, being quoted, Utah, where religiosity is high, i.e., lots of Mormons, has the lowest childhood poverty rate in the nation and the second lowest for women. Poor children also have higher economic mobility. According to Gallup, Utah consistently ranks in the top 10 states for well-being, which looks at career satisfaction, social connection, and health. Strong families generate stability and social capital for Utah's women and children. That sounds all great.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, I got, okay. 80% of violent crimes, final paragraph, I think, 80% of violent crimes, excuse me, I'll put everybody over there. And virtually all sexual assault is committed by men. Religiosity, as measured through attendance, significantly reduces the risk of domestic partner violence. So if you go to church a lot, you're not going to beat your wife, especially in the most vulnerable populations. According to a 2007 study published in the social science journal Violence Against Women, men who attend religious services several times a week, are 72% less likely to abuse their female partners than men from comparable backgrounds who do not attend services. And then finally, in a 2002 study titled Religious Involvement and Domestic Violence Among U.S. Couples, researchers found that regular religious attendance is inversely associated with the perpetuation of domestic violence. It's saying the same thing in a different way, I believe. This inverse relationship is strong even when controlling for social integration, social support, alcohol, and substance abuse, and low self-esteem and depression. So even if you have all these horrible problems, including alcoholism and substance abuse, if you're a man and you go to church a lot of times a week, you're less likely, 72%, to beat up your partner, your female partner. All right. Any comments about this? Julie, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, we'll go to the next slide and let's look at, she cherry picks some Utah stats and some religious stats, but this is Utah versus national averages for abuse and violence statistics. We're higher than the national average in child abuse, slightly higher, much higher in interpersonal violence, so domestic violence. Domestic related homicides were higher. Sexual assault is a little bit lower, but youth victims of sexual assault is higher. So in a lot of areas, Utah is actually higher than the national average for abuse and violent crimes.
To me, that sounds like the opposite of what it was that Megan Kohler was saying. Was she just cherry picking certain things and spinning it away?
Well, she was saying she was looking at the poverty rates and then was talking about religiosity decreases domestic violence, but she wasn't looking at all the other types of violence. And like, okay, great, we have the lowest child poverty rate, but we have a really serious problem with abuse and violence in families, and especially sexual crimes. Mm-hmm. So like, all is not well in Zion, Megan.
Yeah, and I also, if we can go back to that other slide, RFM, I just want to point out too that this at the end, she says men who attend religious services, as you pointed out, several times a week, meaning this wasn't about just LDS, right? This was religious men across the board. So I don't even know what religions they used, but she does not take into account how many religious organizations actually sanction violence within the marriage, that domestic violence is not considered domestic violence. Sexual assault between, a husband sexually assaulting his wife is not considered assault. So there's a lot of instances where people are conditioned within their faith that they are being abused and they are being literally assaulted, but are being told that that is not what that is. And not just told by their husband or spouse, but being told by their parents, being told by their grandparents. It's a generational trauma that's happening here. So I just find it interesting that it's not taking into account that, number one, underreporting is known within religions, but also to take into account that some cultures, this is accepted.
Yeah, like we would all accept the stats that she's trying to use more if the phone call with the bishop with abuse went to the police instead of the lawyer. Do you know what I mean?
Or even
And
a
so, like,
therapist.
right? And so, like, not only do we have, as Julie showed, like, we have evidence that there are some forms of abuse where it's higher in Mormonism, specifically with the child stuff. We are the last organization in America where a man in power can meet with a child behind closed doors to ask like sexual questions like that. Like that is not normal. That is not a normal thing happening in other organizations. And so there's sometimes more abuse happening with more cover-ups, but because of the cover-ups, you're going to try to say that like it's not happening or it's happening lower. I mean, this is the one, like the whole time that I was reading through this, like I'm annoyed, like I'm bothered by this. But when she tried to say that like abuse is going to be lower if you're going to church, that one tapped into something deeper than just I'm annoyed by this. This is dangerous to say.
Yeah.
This is dangerous and not, like Julie's saying, all is not well in Zion. Like we're not addressing that this is a serious problem, and that even when the problem comes up in a ward, as Colby and Cammie talk about, even if it comes up in a ward, it's covered up. You're forced to forgive. It's not reported to the police. It's not reported certainly in any studies. And so that actually hurts. Like that paragraph talking about how abuse is lower, if you're trying to say that abuse is lower if you're going to church as a Mormon man, is so wrong that it's like it's actually painful for me to hear someone say that.
It's really interesting because I hear you talking about the fact that we know that there is a huge problem in the Mormon church, and we're just finding out more and more how big this problem is with abuse in the Mormon church and the cover-ups associated with it and the hotline. So we know that this is the fact and this is the case, and yet here we have the typical standard Mormon response of pretending there isn't any problem at all. And in fact, things are better here than they are in any other church. Not only do we not have a problem,
dangerous. That's dangerous.
Yeah, and isn't it so sad that this comes from a woman's voice? I mean, Austin was probably so excited that he found this because he's trying to make this point that women need men and they're better off in the church. And this woman wrote an article about it. But really what is happening is her indoctrination is like shining through really clearly. Like, I don't know if you guys also remember this feeling, but the feeling of believing despite it not making sense, or like what I was talking about before, when you get backed into a corner, and it was always this feeling that came with that, like it's like this emotion of like, but you still make it work, you're still defending the faith, and you have enough faith to believe despite the fact that it looks bad or sounds bad or doesn't make sense to you. Like we were praised for being that person that was willing to say, oh, look, I cherry picked these quotes and I made sense of it this way and I'm fine with it. And then you just put your happy face on and you get back to work because there's no time to think about it. Like there's no time to think through it more. Like you thought about it enough to make sense of it in your head for a minute. And then you just kind of keep going. And it's this hamster wheel of just doing what you're supposed to be doing in your role. And it's the same of like what we do with when we say that women give talks in conference, and we're so proud that like women give talks, but the kinds of women that make it to that level are the women who have no
kind of authority that this is my story and this is whatever. They spend the majority of their time quoting men. They're there to prop up what the men say. And so like, I never, even as a Mormon, liked Mormon women talks because she had no story. She had no voice. She talked like a child. She had no authority. She's only there to just quote to you what other male prophets and apostles have said. And so like, does it matter if Gordon B. Hinckley talks or if she quotes Gordon B. Hinckley talking? Not really. Like, not really.
Yeah.
It's the token woman. That's
Yeah,
it.
she's just there to prop up the patriarchy, and almost that just like annoys me more because sometimes the thing that's stopping progress are the women who are trading proximity to power for power, who
Yeah.
are the ones who are kind of propping up the system for what they're getting out of that. And sometimes they can be the ones who are standing in the way of progress the most.
Well, it's this abusive dynamic of the church who's really, really good at saying they love women, like at talking about how great women are and you're better than us. And you're, you know, we don't talk about Heavenly Mother because she's so sacred. Like everything is just, they're so good at talking the talk. But it is that, hey, like we love you. We tell you we love you all the time. And we say good things about you all of the time. Like, how could you possibly be upset about anything? Because we love you and we need you. And you're the
we need
backbone
your
of the
voice
church.
to stand up at the pulpit and quote us and speak in a very like mother, like this childlike voice. That's what we need you for. But like in ward council meetings, like make sure
Yeah,
you don't
not
talk.
Don't talk too much.
Well, and there's a difference between idealizing and valuing.
Oh, that's
And idealizing is like painting this picture that's better than reality, right? Valuing is actually like listening, giving opportunities, treating equally, right? Like I don't want to be idealized. I want to be valued.
valued.
I want to be seen as a valuable participant, not as something that's, you know, so
Untouchable
wonderful.
and
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that idealizing women is another way to objectify them?
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah.
It's you do this form, you play this role, you be this image, this angel mother for me and meet my needs. It's all about like, I mean, even when people talk about their mothers in general conference, it's all like, she sacrificed everything for me. She's not a self.
Have you
She
been to
exists
like
for me.
Mormon women funerals like that, where the whole thing is like what she did for everybody else? I was at one of these and I'm bawling because I'm like, oh my God, I don't know who this woman was. And everybody's looking at me like, wow, she's really taking this death really hard. But I was crying because her only value was like, this is what mom did for me. This is what my wife did for me. She never complained. She always made me a sandwich when I asked for a sandwich. And I'm bawling because like, oh my God, this woman was never a person outside of what other people needed of her. And I was just so sad at that funeral. I've been to many Mormon funerals like that. Yeah, but that's the ultimate of what that's happiness. That's the ideal woman. You never complain.
My clientele for the last 30 years, right? Like, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I think. I don't know what I feel or what I believe because I've been taught that is not as important as what other people think, feel, want, and need.
But I do know that anger equals contention. So I'm going to continue to lower my voice because I don't want to be contentious. But I mean, oh my goodness, so sad.
So many of them don't have hobbies. They have no like outer means of feeling valued except for through their kids and their sacrifice. That's how they gain their personal value, is through sacrificing for others. That's how they feel good about themselves. It's the only way. And when the kids move out, the empty nesters in the church are the saddest women I've ever seen. They have no life. They have no direction. They don't know who they are. And I was just thinking of a point just a minute ago that came to me. You remember the movie? A lot of my life learning is through movies. It was Oliver, and it was Nancy who was worked in the, I don't know. She was a prostitute, right? But she lived with Bill
Sykes.
Bill Sykes, who beat her regularly.
Yes, and ended up killing her in the book, by the way.
Yes, ended up killing her. Well, in the movie too.
Oh yeah.
But she says she just wants to hear Bill say he loves her. So she keeps saying, Bill, you love me, don't you? And he says, I live with you, don't I? And basically that means, I must love you because I'm here, but I beat you. But all she wanted to know, so I don't know what that, I can't even distill it into what I'm trying to say, but it's that feeling of, we'll take whatever teeny tiny little breadcrumbs they give us and take that as they love us, when really they're beating us. They're not the way, physically, but it's a spiritual attack on us, that our meaning is only how we can prop them up. That is our value. And it's not just the men, it's everyone. It's propping everyone up. We are the sacrificial lambs for the church, and we are to find joy in doing that.
And once you stop propping up, you no longer have value.
Right.
Right.
So your
voice, you're nothing.
Who are you?
You're nothing. You're nothing. They don't want to hear from you anymore. You're, just like Megan said in the other article, that if you've left the church, then, you don't have a voice. It's even worse for women.
I can hear in my head now like a church apologist saying, like, what's wrong with a life that's a service-filled life? Like, there's nothing wrong with someone who says, like, I find value in my service to others. That's a beautiful thing. Like, I can hear that. I talk with apologists enough to know that that's what they're thinking right now. And my argument to that, and Julie can speak more to this, is there's a difference between serving out of like genuine love and mutual respect. And of course, like there's tons of data showing that a service-driven life is going to make you a happier person and that it's meaningful. But there's a difference between doing that as I'm a whole human and I'm doing this service and I have to make this casserole today so that I can be valued because I have no value. And so I'm manipulating this service so that someone will tell me that I'm enough, because as a Mormon woman, I'm never enough. I'm not a human. I'm not a person. I have no like intrinsic value. And so I'm going to, through service, manipulate everybody else to call me a righteous woman. There's a difference between those two things. Oh, so like Enneagram 2s in the church as women will do really well because they tend towards that kind of service mindset. But like there's an unhealthy form of that and a healthy form of that. Like there's the unhealthy manipulation of that, or there's like a healthy form of that, which is like service, but also boundaries because I'm a human, that the church doesn't allow women to do.
Do you think it's fair to say that Megan Kohler has found the voice that she can use that does give her value in the church?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the, if we were to call out white women specifically, that would be the problem of white women, the historical trading of proximity to power for power. Like, yeah, we can own that.
Yeah, I think she feels powerful because she was able to make sense of it for herself. I think that she made her role okay. It makes it okay to be in the role that she's choosing to be in. And whether that's coming solely from indoctrination or not, I don't know. But she probably does feel like this power, like I can have a say. Look, I wrote this article, I'm having a say. But really she's just making it make sense that we need the men and that we're in the correct, best role for us in this life.
And the men are very happy to quote her. Yes, Julie?
Can I just say, I do agree with that first bullet point, that I do think the church does a really good job teaching men how to care for others. That is something that I have appreciated about the men in my life who've been raised in the church, that they tend to be more service oriented. And I think for men, that's a nice balance to kind of the more self-focused, autonomous kind of, to be more in connection. And so I do want to give the church props for that. I think that is a positive thing about priesthood service, that they do a really good job helping men think about other people and have a service mindset.
Can I push back on that just a little bit, Julie?
Absolutely.
I want to get all of your thoughts on this. Can I suggest that the service that the church encourages men to perform
It's
to a
performative.
large measure takes them away from their family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, and I have seen, like, the men in my life, that there is more sensitivity to the needs of others in general, but I totally agree with what you're saying. A lot of the service does take time away from families.
We
Right.
can
And the reason I
definitely
bring that
say
up is not as a gratuitous slam, but simply because it's the opposite of the point he's trying to make by
Right.
bringing this up, right?
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That the women that these men are married to benefit from the fact that they're taught to be service oriented, when actually a lot of times it's a second job for them. And now they're away from their family more, away from their wife more. And of
Yeah.
course, that puts much more burden on the wife with the
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah,
But we
no,
can
you're
also
totally
we
right.
can also say that a bishop who for a few years listens to people's problems in their marriages and their concerns and all of those things, does it change a person who a man who may not have, like, in his job ever an opportunity to hear people's stories? Does that change a person? Like, I think we can say yes to
No.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my ex-husband was a bishop, and he did not use it to disengage from the family at all. He was absolutely engaged. There are men out there who are able to do that. So I just want to, we've been going pretty hard on this, but I do think there's some value in having men be mindful of the needs of other people and feel like they have a role in serving. And I feel like that balances out. And then I feel like we need to balance out the female part by saying, women, it's okay to have a self. You don't need to sacrifice everything to care for others.
And also, like, calling out unrighteous dominion, because we're not
Yeah.
saying that men, at least I'm not saying as a mother of boys, that, like, boys or masculinity or men don't have a role in the world or don't have a place or can't be of service anywhere. Like, we're not saying any of that, but we can call out, like, hey, I think we've gone over to unrighteous dominion here on a lot of these things,
Yeah.
even though I do think it's great that Ben will show up and help someone move in on a Saturday morning rather than play video games or something like that. I think that's fantastic.
I
I read that the teach men of all ages how to care for others. And it's interesting because, like Julie was saying, I do recognize that it does teach men how to care for others. But it made me think of my son, who he's 10 years old, and he's still in that stage where if he doesn't feel well, if I've told this story before, when he was 8, he had a stomach ache and he's like, Mommy, can you just put your hands on my stomach? And he felt like it took it away, right? And I always thought about the fact that at some point he's going to get an ordination that tells him he has more power than his mother has. And so even though it teaches men to care for others, does it teach men that women are still less than, right? So, I mean, I appreciate that.
Excellent point.
Service and care. Yeah, but, and it's a point because just with my own son, I just love that he still comes to me and he's still like, Mommy, I don't feel good, or, whenever he's in this place. But in 2 years, right? I don't want him to lose that. I don't want him to lose that, saying that I do have a divine femininity in me that he will get from only me as his mother. So yeah, that just, it stood out to me when I read it as well, of, yeah, they can care, but what are they also being taught about the dynamics? And what you're saying, Julie, presiding, right? It starts to shift.
So, Summer, you actually gave a blessing that worked.
I did.
That's more than most men will ever do in the Mormon church.
That's so true.
Yeah. I put my hand on his tummy and it went away like that. I didn't even have to say the prayer part. So
Wow.
yeah.
It was the tummy part
It was
rather than the head.
That's what it was.
That doesn't help.
It was direct.
I want to say a few things here. First off, I have to say that I've been working. I apologize. I think you all know that this the thumbnail is in the process of being completed, and I was sent several options, and so I picked one. And it's going to have, because they all had a picture of Rebecca on it in addition to others. Rebecca's not on the show. She's not on the show today because of a medical procedure that she had, which is not life-threatening, but she doesn't feel up to it. So anyway, I think it had something to do with a dentist and, you know, some kind of surgery on the jaw or impacted molar, something like that. So we wish you all the best and a speedy recovery to you, Rebecca. I just thought I'd better explain since you're gonna be on the thumbnail. And people are going to be saying, "Where's Rebecca?" They're going to feel cheated.
She's with us in spirit. No, they won't feel cheated. She's with us in spirit.
She's like Heavenly Mother on the panel.
Right. She's there. She's there.
She's right here, down here at the bottom, next to me in this blank area.
Can't talk right now.
Yes, Martine.
Yeah, I've got 3 things I wanted to say that before you move to the next slide that pertain to the slide you read. One, Britt just mentioned, this is one of my pet peeves, mentioned Saturday morning moves, you know, with the elders quorum. That is a practice that I absolutely detested, because Saturday is the one day with family without church, and yet the husband, the father, has got to go and help move a family that is not packed, that hasn't done any pre-planning.
They haven't put anything in boxes.
Haven't put anything in boxes. And he is gone most of the one day the family should have together. So I hated that. Okay, moving on to a couple of other things. After we lost our daughter, Sarah, so we had lost Nathaniel, who would be 50 years old in 2 days now, and Sarah in 1980. I had been a caretaker, as had Stuart, along with me, of 2 medically needy children. And we were here in Salt Lake for the funeral, for the burial. And I went to visit one of the counselors in the General Relief Society while we were here, because I was 25 years old. I had 3 children. I had lost 2 of them, and I was sort of at a crossroads. And a conversation I had with her, I said I was ready to do something for myself, to go back to school and take care of me. Her response was that I needed to keep giving, that my mission was to serve others, not to serve myself. So there's my second point. The other one, the statistics about sexual abuse and assault within a marriage. When I was married, I was a BYU student, and my roommate was married a month after me. And so when she came back from her honeymoon, we got together to talk about what it was like to be married. That was almost 51 years ago. And she told me that they did the deed 8 times the first night. And she described what he said to her before they started. And she didn't realize it, and I didn't either. I was 20 years old. What did I know? Well, I knew that I was married to a very sensitive man when it came to that. We'd been married a month. She was raped 8 times on her wedding night, and 6 times the next night. She was in the middle of her period, and as her roommate, we had bunk beds, and she had horrible menstrual pains. I remember that summer that I would be up in my bed and she would be below me, and she would claw the springs. He didn't care. I'm sure she didn't see it as rape. I wonder if she does now. But I remembered that as we were talking. So I'm sorry, that's sort of a downer, but so if she'd been asked if you know what her sex life was like maybe a couple of years later, or I'm sure she would have said it was probably fine, not even realizing that I don't know. I'm assuming because we lost touch, but if the marriage started out that way with marital rape 14 times over 2 nights, what was the rest of it like? So she may have said her sex life was great because she didn't know any better, as Julie said, because that's all she knew. And I'm sure she's not alone. I mean, I think we've all heard stories of.
And I'm sure Julie's heard so many stories like that, and having to explain, help them through the trauma, but then also explain to them what happened. I can't even imagine how that happens.
Wow.
RFM is speechless. I don't think I've ever heard him be this quiet with this mic not muted.
Good one.
Awesome.
Good one, Summer.
Yeah.
One could argue, could it be that he was, and this is not fair because he's like all the other men in the church who don't rape their wives multiple times, but there is this repression that takes place, and you finally have this freedom to experience it and be unleashed.
Yeah.
And
which is exactly what he said to her. We're married now, so just
right.
Submit.
You better put out.
It's really scary to think about how some of these teachings can affect the brain as you grow up and as you go out into the world and have relationships with people. Your understanding of certain things, and especially of sexuality, and for women yourself, and like what you need and what you desire, and just anything like that. Like the men and the women, like we don't know about ourselves. We don't know about what a healthy sexuality feels like.
Yeah.
And that can be so dangerous to just jump into a marriage or jump into any type of relationship and try to connect with other human beings when sexuality is like the oldest part of us. Like we became humans only because of sex. That's just how evolution works. Like it is such a basic part of our identity, and we just ignore it. We ignore it for the first half of our lives, and we kind of like create all this shame and these horrible cycles when we think about it.
Women ignore it. Like we have to be asexual till we're married, but for the boys, it's that like you're
It's
sexual,
repression, right? Yeah,
like you're a sexual being, but it's bad, and you need to control it. But also, like Julie will talk about this too, that like you're so sexual and you have such urges that like boys will be boys, or like things will happen, and women need to cover their shoulders or else we become like, so they're almost like so frail because they're so sexual, and then women are asexual.
Yes. It's sad. And I think it is good to point out too that even though because of this chapter and what we're talking about, we're going really hard on the men, but like we're lower on the totem pole, and that comes with its own issues and problems and identity crises when we deconstruct. But the men are still on that same indoctrination totem pole, if you want to imagine it like that. They're still there, and there are good men. I know Colby struggled so much with trying to understand, like, how did the patriarchy affect me? Like, what was I doing? And we had a great marriage, but there were red flags on both sides that we didn't even know were red flags. Like we didn't even know, like, oh, it would be a lot healthier if we treat each other this way, and we don't just expect each other to fall into these roles that we were given and have that just feel the most comfortable because that's what we were told. It's so hard to snap out of it and trust yourself enough to evaluate your own life and say, is this working for me? Like I don't have to do this part of our marriage or our life or whatever it is. You can actually reevaluate and ask yourself questions that you just didn't ever think to ask before. And the men suffer with that too. I think the men can even suffer from feeling like they have to serve and help and love others, and they also can't say no to anything. Yeah. Like it's a hard thing for both men and women. We just have different roles in the church.
I don't want to be the only guy here at the bottom of this particular configuration of a totem pole to mention something, but my experience was this, okay? As badly as I was at understanding what women were going through, what I understood from what the church taught about my role as the husband, father in a family is that it's all my responsibility.
That's a lot.
Every bit is my responsibility. And if something gets goofed up, then it's on my shoulders.
Yeah.
That's heavy.
And I don't know why that. Would you agree? Do you hear that as well?
Absolutely. Well, that's part of presiding. You're in charge and you're supposed to oversee and make sure everything is going well. That's absolutely the burden of men. And you're supposed to be the only financial provider. Yeah. And so I mean, we could talk about patriarchy and the impact of men for a whole different.
It caused issues in my marriage. Yeah, where like
I just
my
wanted to
husband.
bring it up and ask if you heard that as well from people.
Yeah,
absolutely.
like even in my own marriage, my husband would preside, and then if he made the wrong decision for our family, I would resent him for it, and he would just have to carry 100% of that, and that was not fair to him. That was the church setting up something in our marriage dynamic that was hard for him because he would make the decision, but then I would resent him when it didn't go well, and that was a burden that he did not have to carry alone.
I think there's a burden of priesthood too. Like I say, I don't want to get into this, but we've been going for 2.5 hours. We're going to go for at least an hour and a half more. You know what it's like to have.
It's Mormon stories.
Yeah.
RFM is a Mormon. We're doing a Mormon stories 6-hour episode.
Oh my gosh. It's to be married to someone like I was in my second marriage who is constantly ailing, whether in reality or whether in the mind. This person is constantly, like weekly, in a state of distress and crying out for a priesthood blessing to heal her. And I know that the 100 times I've done this before, it has had zero impact.
No,
I'm talking about blessing the same person, right?
Yeah.
And that this one's not going to be any different. And yet here she is asking for it. So I have to go through this charade, if I can call it that, of the oil and the blessing, knowing full well or expecting full well it's not going to have any more impact this time than it has the past 100 times.
Because you didn't have enough faith, RFM.
Yeah,
That's the
I know.
thing.
It's me.
It wasn't directly on the tummy. You probably did the head like
I did the
everyone
head
else.
thing. That was the wrong thing. I should have actually cut the afflicted area like you did.
Yeah.
That's what we're told not to do, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's a fun church all the way around. But especially for women. Are you ready to go to the next slide, or do you have anything else you want to say
Yes.
about this slide?
I think what we're talking about is actually the next slide. So it's really good that we started kind of jumping on that.
Oh my gosh, yes. Let's talk about this one. Who put this in here?
I put this in here. Have you guys seen this book that's been going around? I don't even know when.
It's old.
It's old.
Really
It's an
old.
old book.
Really
We
old.
talked about it last night on Mormonism After Dark before I even saw the slide. I see it has a discount price on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Thanks
cheap.
to
It's still
the images
overpriced.
are
Yeah,
not
still overpriced.
Now, here's
I
a book,
used to
Woman.
have
It
it.
came out, I think, in the 80s, and they had some like testimony.
Really
And
old.
what this is, it's a book. It's titled Woman. It's a Church of Jesus Christ of it's an official production of the church. And what it ends up being is a bunch of men, exclusively men, telling the world and women in the church what it means to be a woman in the church. There's not one
That
freaking
is
woman
gross.
anywhere
Ugh.
who contributes to this.
The automatic apologist answer would be like, yeah, back then, like patriarchal culture, Mormonism took on some of that, and it's a part of the time or whatever. But like my argument back to that is that we're no closer today to women having charge of their own curriculum by women of the church for women of the church than we are than then. Like, so we're not any closer to women being able to define themselves or to talk about their experiences as women and what's helpful, for something like a Relief Society lesson. And so like, we'll look back at this and say like, oh, maybe it's a product of their time or whatever. We are in 2025, we are no closer to Mormon women saying, these are the talks that I think would be really helpful for Mormon women with children, in relationships, in their lives, in divorced, in mixed families. Like they still don't get to do that. We're still reading like the teachings of the presidents of the church, and we're still reading whatever the men are saying about what it is to be a woman. So this is old, but it's still very relevant.
I think the
My
closest you
Mormon
could get to arguing for women contributing to this book is that there's two people whose first names are Marion. But unfortunately, one's Romney and the other one's Hanks.
Yeah.
Julie.
You got to watch out for those Hankses.
I
Especially
know.
the ones with the Marion for the first name, right? No. Yeah, you know this guy, don't you? Marion Hanks.
Yeah, he's related to my ex-father-in-law. So
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have been surprised as a Mormon woman. I don't think I would have thought twice about it, because we're trained to look to the brethren to know how to think and who to be and what to do, because they have the answers, because they speak for God. And so it made me think of those. You guys know those movies that come out sometimes around the holidays where like the whole point of the movie is obviously just to make money, because they list names just like this book does of just like all these famous people that they put in this movie. It's like usually just like a rom-com or something. I don't know if you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about, but they have
Love,
these movies
actually.
where the whole point of it is just, these are famous people, come watch this movie. And the problem with this is these are apostles telling you what a woman is, but they're going to define your entire identity for you. Like, they just hand you your identity because they know better than you, because they speak for God. And so it's so sad. It's so much more serious.
I don't think anyone
2 hours watching the movie.
understands. No one understands that these men crawled so Austin Fife could run. I mean, this is literally what we're talking about right now. Why we're on this panel is to talk about the light and truth thing, and how he's talking about women's experiences, and he spoke to no woman. I mean, he quotes one, but he didn't even talk to one. And then we have this book. Nothing has changed, like Britt said. We have this book that, again, it's all men talking about the female experience. And so it's just sad. It's sad that in 2025 we're even having this discussion, because a man again is trying to say, I'm the authority on you and what you're doing.
And that's deeply internalized. One of the most things, I don't know if I feel shame over it, maybe just more embarrassment, but there's some things as a Mormon woman where you get a red flag of like, that feels icky. And then there's some things where it's so normalized that you don't. And one of the ones that was not there for me is like, I remember getting asked by a bishop about my garments, and I'm explaining about like how when I have my periods, like I don't like to use tampons, I use pads, and so I don't like to wear the bottoms. And I'm literally explaining my menstruation cycle and my underwear to a man in authority over me who is not my husband. And I promise you, I had 0 red flags. Thought this was a totally normal thing to do. Super embarrassed about that, but that was that's the truth. And it's because from the time that you're a child, the bishop comes into primary and he has something to say to the children. And then, and it's your father, and it's your priesthood authority, and it's the prophet, and it's the men on the wall. And you just internalize without any words before you're even verbal, you internalize that these men know something and have a connection to God that you don't, that you need to depend on. And it's so internalized that it took years for me to untangle that, because I'm an adult woman literally talking about my period in my underwear to a man, and I'm so indoctrinated by this idea of men standing in between me and God that I see nothing wrong with this. I went away from that meeting not feeling like, oh, that was really inappropriate.
Yeah.
I really didn't. Because I was in it. I was just in it.
I don't know how many of you follow Relief Society Worldwide, which is put out, it's social media. It's put out by the General Relief Society and their advisory council, women. There isn't one reel that doesn't, within the first 5 seconds, mention and quote Russell M. Nelson. That is all they do. Right now, there's only one man you quote, and it's Russell M. Nelson.
And not Jesus.
And
Also.
not Jesus.
No,
More than
that
Jesus.
that is very true. I was called to be a Relief Society teacher, one of them. I think the Spirit may have gotten it wrong on that one, but I accepted because I was like, this will be fun. But it's not fun because every single lesson is
Russell M. Nelson.
from Russell M. Nelson. And I've been in Young Women, I've been in Relief Society. I have never seen lessons where it is just one prophet. I mean, I have to search to find my own stuff to put in there because it is just and I don't know when those marching orders started, but it's kind of crazy.
2018
for those of us who've been in it.
2018
Around January
2018.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable. They cannot open their mouth, whether it's a member of the presidency or one of the advisory council, without our prophet president Russell M. Nelson has whatever. Just yes.
Is that a directive?
From the top, Lila.
Yeah, from the top.
I don't know if it's a directive as much as I do know all the correlated materials. That's what they have.
It's in there.
That's what they have. Like literally when I looked at normally, you know, I can kind of play around with a lesson and I was like, man, this is they're really the correlated is that way. And so it just
General Conference is that way.
General Conference is now that way.
I don't know if it's Nemo who's done it, but
Nemo.
I don't think it's you, RFM, but you know that has not just I know
it's
the number of times Joseph Smith, Jesus Christ,
Joseph
and President Nelson.
Somebody has done it also over the last 7 years since 2018, compared to how often Gordon Hinckley was mentioned or Thomas Watson. It's not even close. So
it's crazy.
It is somewhat. I'm not saying President Nelson has told them to do that, but somebody has.
Yeah, it's something from up top.
The level of adulation.
Yes, it's not like he has anything that's really worth quoting.
Yeah.
It's not like we suddenly got a president of the church who has something insightful to say.
You mean myopic doesn't do it for you? And
nope, myopic. He's used that a couple of times.
Yes, and what's the other one? I can't remember. But anyway, yes.
Well, we have a sense in the church among the faithful that we've finally got a real prophet at the head of this church who's really shaking things up, and God's really letting the gates of revelation open and flow to him, usually in the middle of the night. So we want to honor him.
I think my favorite thing is like they were like, we need in these latter days a scientist. This is someone who can combine science and religion for the modern day. And they like really ramped this up. This guy's a scientist. And then like when he told the church to get vaccines, they were like, absolutely the fuck not. And so like there was all this hype that he was going to bring science and religion together. And that's exactly why God needed him right now. He's a doctor. Yeah. And then when he said that, literally the church politically said like, no, like the church told him no. And I think they're a little bit afraid of that, to be honest, because that means that the political is now like leaning more heavily the theological. But it was interesting that they started to do all the science stuff. And then once COVID hit and whatever he was saying about COVID, they just said no, like, no.
That was also during time where there was a lot of autonomy though, where we were doing church at home. Husbands were allowed to bless the sacrament and you were able to do it at home. And the church kind of lost their grip there too. So I think there was a lot of people thinking for themselves for once, and that it wasn't, they were like, nope, we're not doing this.
By the way, my husband who is a scientist would tell you, President Nelson is not a scientist. He was a really good technical heart
surgeon,
heart technician. I don't know. He has another term for it. But,
he's a glorified plumber, basically.
Yeah, but he has never exhibited any deep knowledge of science.
Well, he did when he was in General Conference, and he said that evolution is hooey. Remember that?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
That was a dead giveaway, but yeah.
That's how you know you're dealing with a scientist.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Let's
let's
go to the next slide.
next slide. Oh, we're back to now a new section: religious couples.
This is what we were kind of
relationship
touching on.
outcomes.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling what he's going to say here is that it's better for religious couples, those outcomes with the relationship, than with non-religious couples. I just got a feeling. So he says in his 2020 article titled "The Influence of Religiosity, Spirituality on Sex Life Satisfaction and Sexual Frequency."
Stephen.
So if you're religious, you get it more often and you like it better. Stephen Cranny
Ask
reports,
Martine's friend.
I know, 14 times on the honeymoon the first 2 nights.
Yeah.
Religious couples, not sure she enjoyed it more. Religious couples, as measured by reading scriptures together. So this is how we're going to measure it. You read the scriptures together. If you pray and attend worship services together, then you're going to have better sex and more often. This is how it's put. Tend to have better relationship outcomes, including improved intimacy. See, I was just putting it in regular English. According to a study by the Wheatley Institution and Stephen Cranny in the Reviews of Religious Research, married religious couples have more frequent sex and better quality sex. Boy, this is really going to be bugging you, Martine. No, I mean it, because I've read through this before, but not with your story in mind. Married religious couples have more frequent sex and better quality sex than their non-religious counterparts.
That's insane. Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted.
It's in a study, Summer. Did you not hear me quote that?
I thought I was muted. It doesn't even. I mean, yeah. Married religious couples have more frequent sex. Even just that right there, really, than okay, and then better. I mean, yeah.
How do they know this?
How do they know?
They read the scriptures more together.
About it.
No
one is talking about it. Yeah. I mean, no one is saying they're not coming to the bishop to say, man, we've been reading Alma, and let me tell you, we have been an uptick in that bedroom. I mean, no one is saying that. So it's insane to me that they're like, oh no, it's frequent. And when non-religious couples, and Julie could probably touch on this as well, but non-religious couples are the ones that explore more, right? There's no shame, there's no fear. So they're actually able to kind of see what else is out there. Natasha talks about that all the time. I don't know. Yeah.
The frequency might be true. The frequency might be true if it's, because if it's duty sex and you can't say no. I've been in a Relief Society lesson where I was told your husband has needs and make sure you're attending to those, right? And then after 20 years they'll show up with Julie or Natasha saying, I think I'm asexual, I just don't even have any sexual drive at all. And they're like, well, how long have you been doing duty sex? Because let's talk about that. So the frequency may be true, but duty sex and women's pleasure, that is an inverse relationship. And I'm so the frequency though that may be something. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I think we really need to look more at the research and how they're defining these terms. How are they defining improved intimacy, right? It was.
My guess is that the clitoris is not involved.
Okay, well then it must be true.
For RFM.
And
sorry.
And I actually looked.
My guess is that the clitoris was not asked whether the sex is good.
Yeah.
The clitoris was not asked in these studies.
And
what would the clitoris have responded, Brett?
Hell no. Hell to the no. It would have.
I mean, if you're gonna ask the clitoris, then it's then having sex with a woman, they're having far more frequent orgasms than any kind of heterosexual relationship anyway. So I don't know if we want, nobody asked the clitoris on that one.
Nope, nobody
Oh
thought
my
to do
gosh.
that.
Frequency does not mean good. Yeah,
That's frequency is duty sex, and all Mormon women have done. Any Mormon women I know has done duty sex. I don't feel like it, but I feel like I should.
And this, again, I believe this research that he's using is self-report.
Yes.
So if you've had no other sexual relationships, how would you know how great the quality of your sex is?
Yeah, can you even compare if you haven't had any other sexual relationship? Like, how would you know if your sex is more intimate than others?
Right. So it's self-report. Like I think this is good sex, but there's nothing to compare it to. So I'd be interested to dig into this study and really look at how they're defining the terms, what the methodology was, and anyway.
But even if you give it to them, because I'm sure that like if a couple is regularly meeting together, reading scriptures and praying and doing rituals together and making goals together, that can be like something that builds a relationship compared to people who are kind of moving in opposite directions. But that doesn't mean that it has to be scriptures, which is what I always go back to. Like maybe the scripture thing is just like the kind of the vessel for you talking to your spouse every night, or you saying a prayer together, you having a ritual where you're checking in with each other once a week. But could it be we take a walk every day, and we go on vacation sometimes together, and we plan Friday night is our date night? And so they're equating that the scripture time and the temple time together and the praying together leads to better relationship outcomes. But maybe the magic in that is just a regular routine of checking in with each other and having rituals together that bring you together. So it just doesn't have to be reading scriptures. It could be many other things. So it's masking what's really happening.
And he's also assuming causation.
Right.
And where these are all correlations.
It's all correlation, because it doesn't, even the studies that show that religion is good for you, which there are studies that can show that, it actually doesn't matter what the religion is. All it's saying is if you have order and structure and community and awe and purpose and all these things, your life is going to be better. It actually doesn't matter which religion you choose for the most part, as long as you're getting some of those things. So you can't use those studies to prove that Mormonism is good for women. All it's saying is like, yeah, some structure and order and community tends to be good for people, but you can build that in ways where you don't have to be reading the Book of Mormon over and over. Like the Book of Mormon was not the key piece in that.
And you have to remember too, this is all based on invalidating those quotes that he started this entire chapter with, questioning if those women were really suffering in the church or really had bad experiences in the church. And he gets to this point where he's like, well, I mean, they have more sex. These people say they have more and better sex. So they must. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, these women are saying they're suffering, and I say, well, you should be happy. These people said they have better sex when they're
every time I have sex, I have an orgasm. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah. So, he doesn't even go that far. These women aren't even saying if they have orgasms. They're just saying that they feel more intimate with their partner compared to nothing if they were faithful Mormons.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Sometimes I fake it just to get it over with, Britt. So anyway, I suspect that a 1 to 10 scale was used in these questions. Maybe, on a scale of 1 to 10, how great is your sex? And you see, Mormons are always going to overrate everything that's Mormon or Mormon adjacent, and I will prove it by this example, that Mormons are the only people I know who are going to call the endowment film a masterpiece of cinema.
Oh yeah,
it's true.
The Book of Mormon, so amazing.
Yeah,
but to give credit to the Azevedos, I did always like the music.
Yeah, if they'd only incorporated some of that into the endowment, they could have thrown in a few musical numbers. That would have gotten the place rocking.
So what is this? What do these stats even have to do with the status of women in the church? I don't even get what he's trying to say.
I think he's saying women have more sex and more orgasms and then are then happier in relationships, which show that women are not suffering in the church. I think
Yes.
that's this.
You
Yeah,
can't be having a bad
religious
experience
relationships.
if
Yeah.
you have no
Okay.
sex.
What he's trying to do is use statistics and studies to talk you out of how you feel.
Okay.
It's working. I'm like, oh, that's why
You didn't know you were that happy.
I had no
Oh
idea.
man, that vanilla duty sex. You're right. That was the best. Let's go back to that.
All right. So there's a few more things he has to say along those lines. Women in highly religious relationships were twice as likely, that's a lot, twice as likely as their secular peers to say they were
that's
satisfied with
right.
their sexual relationships. So twice as likely. Highly religious couples are going to say that they are satisfied with their sexual relationships. And the second is like unto it. United religious couples in the Wheatley analysis reported higher emotional closeness, commitment, and partner virtues. And I think that some of the things that Britt
That
already
Britt was just
mentioned may
saying.
touch on that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
may be there because you're enmeshed. Like you may actually have some form of emotional closeness because you're on the same path doing the same things. But that's just like enmeshment. That's not two humans that are really truly valuing each other at a deep level.
Can I tell you what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a boyfriend and a girlfriend splitting up because let's just the girlfriend decides she's not in love with this guy anymore. She's got other things she wants to do, other things she wants to pursue. And now the guy comes after her and tries to convince her that she's actually still in love with him. Because look at all these Valentine's Day cards that you got me and look what it says in them. And look at this nice note you put in my lunch or something like that. See, you do love me. And the woman is going, yeah, I wrote that, when I was still in love with you, but that doesn't mean I still am now. Why are you trying to change? Why are you trying to argue me out of what it is that I feel, except that you're desperate for me to feel differently?
Yeah. And that first part, women in highly religious relationships were twice as likely as their secular peers to say they were satisfied, touches on Julie's point of they're talking about self-reporting. And there's no comparison in this faith, not just physically, but books, like, any type, social media, you're not supposed to look at anything and learn anything. So there's a complete lack of knowledge. And
We had that, not again to bring up my favorite trash television, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, but we have Layla on there who openly talked about how she's a Mormon woman and has never had an orgasm. She has 2 kids. She's active sexually, has never had an orgasm. And she attributes it to kind of the sexual repression of the church, where that kind of asexuality that you're taught to be as a woman when you're younger carried over for her. So even though she's now left the church, she has a hard time accomplishing that because she still feels like there's something bad about it and there's still shame wrapped around it. And like, that's not, nobody batted their eye about that. Like, that wasn't like, oh, that's a weird Mormon thing to say. Like, this is a Mormon woman. Now she's out of the church, but like has never had that in sexuality at all.
Yeah, and a lot of these women could still report that their sexual lives are great or they have great sex lives even without ever experiencing an orgasm. Not only because they don't have anything to compare it to, but because we don't like saying that we're dissatisfied as Mormon women. Like, that's really not something that feels okay to us to admit that we're ever not happy or not satisfied with anything. And I took the Scholar GPT. If you guys go onto ChatGPT, there's like one that has a bunch of studies in it specifically. So I went and asked about false reporting in like well-being studies, and it gave me 10 different studies, and this was the overview. It says self-reported well-being, especially in the context of relationships, is highly susceptible to bias, social desirability effects, and self-deception, which can lead to false positives. And so it's kind of even known in the scholarly world, and it lists 10 articles or 10 studies that specifically show that we have to kind of take that into account when we're looking at studies that are just people self-reporting on their well-being. Like we need more evidence than that, because it's just not great evidence when it comes to that. There are so many things that can go through your head. And I can think of so many times when I was Mormon where I would have said, yes, I'm happy. Yes, my life is great in this way. When really I was kind of having to like fudge the definitions a little bit because I had no context for what it could be like outside of Mormonism. And so I definitely think we have to take that into account when we look at all of these, like, hey, look at these stats. You say you're happier, so I'm not going to believe all the people on Reddit. We need more. We need more than that to be convinced that this is a system that's healthy for us.
I'm not sure I've asked this question this way, but let me go ahead and ask it of all of you. Are all of you happier now outside of Mormonism than you were when you were inside of Mormonism?
Well, Julie, you're still not everyone is out. Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah, and I
Right.
too.
I'm not officially out, so.
Julie, are you okay?
But I am wearing a tank top. So
Yes, I noticed that.
you'll
Now, by
have,
the way,
but
okay,
I may have the new garments.
I
RFM.
know.
Yes, you will.
You may never know.
I just know that Julie's always a good sport in going on podcasts on either side of the Mormon spectrum, and sometimes the group will kind of claim her, and I just want to make sure that we're not doing that because I know that both groups, you do great work being Switzerland, and if you want to claim that place, I don't want us to
thank
speak
you.
for you
Thank
and
you.
group you with that.
I'll
Oh,
just
that's very
say
nice of you. So
I
we're
am
the same
happy.
then, Julie. You and me, we're still members of the church.
We're still, we're in.
Yeah, I still attend too. I just told you, RFM, I teach
course,
Belief
in
Society.
Yes.
Remember? I teach Belief Society and try to find as many nonprofit quotes as I can. So
Okay.
that's why.
So let me define this as being out of the church. Let's say distancing ourselves somewhat from the orthodoxy that we may have experienced earlier in our lives. Are you happier now? Not being as orthodox.
I think all of us, yes.
I think I have more happiness available to me. Like I'm aware of other feelings that I kind of shut down before. And so it's almost like if it were a scale, it's like the part that I was experiencing was lower on the scale. Like my emotions just had this cap on them. Like I just could not feel
in both directions.
Yes, in both directions.
Yeah.
And so I shifted that upwards, and now like I just have more emotion available to me. I have deeper experiences because I understand the world better. I understand myself better. I can place myself better in the world and understand context that I couldn't understand before as a Mormon woman, because my mind was just so full of stories of stories that I know now like don't really make sense in the real world. And so to contextualize it and to kind of step outside of it and see like this is how other people experience happiness or relationships or I don't know, just interactions that I just didn't know how to experience before is so different. And so it comes with like a higher happiness level, but also like a deeper sadness level and despair level that I didn't have available to me before, because Mormonism also covered that up and told me it's all going to be fine no matter what. So I guess it comes with both. But then again, I want a full life with the full cycle of emotion, I don't want to just constantly be trying to get rid of anything negative, which is what I was doing. And which is what I was doing for my kids while I was raising them in Mormonism, which is so sad to me that now I'm just starting to introduce them like, hey, this is a negative feeling. That's okay. It's actually a good thing that you know what this feels like now. And you can kind of put that in your pocket for later.
It's like Ron Weasley. Like, you're right. Like, my capacity to suffer is greater because I don't have like this magical story to hold on to anymore that everything's going to be okay. Like, some things maybe really aren't okay and are never going to be okay. And that's hard. So my capacity for suffering is greater. But like, as Ron Weasley says, you're going to suffer, but you're going to be happy about it. That's a direct quote from Ronald Weasley.
Well, it is the Mormon plan of salvation, isn't it? The fall, you're gonna suffer, but you're gonna be happy about it. But then they tell us we're not supposed to suffer, and I think that to the degree they tell us we're not to experience negative emotions, because that's of the devil. They're capping us at one end, Britt, which ends up capping us at the other end. Because I think there is some truth that the extent to which we allow ourselves to experience negative emotions.
That's what we say about addiction. Like, you can numb out negative emotions, but it's going to numb out the other end too. You can't numb out one without the other.
And
I think-
Mormonism does recognize that you experience those negative emotions,
Yeah.
but they're always bad and contentious and wrong, and you want to get rid of them. And there's no acceptance of them. And so you fear them constantly. You don't want them to exist.
And then you hide them and you
And
pretend
then,
you
and you're
don't
trying to
have
get
them.
to heaven where they don't exist, which is almost kind of silly. Then you won't know what happiness is if you don't feel the negative, which we also say. It's like we recognize all of it and ignore parts of it sometimes.
Yeah, it's like we're living a more authentic, genuine life, which makes you in turn happy. I mean, I grew up on the East Coast, so I wasn't as like things weren't as strict for me growing up, and I had a lot of family that come from different backgrounds, Hindi and Buddhism and Judaism, and so for me, stepping away, it helps with not feeling the judgment. I just remember being young and young women and not enjoying going to young women because there was just always those group of girls or the presidency that just, was like, oh, her shorts aren't long enough or whatever. It's freeing to not have that, to, just to be around people and recognize that people can still be good even if they drink coffee in the morning. It's not like the end all be all. I don't know. It's freeing. It's freeing.
Okay. Then let's check and see what is going on here.
Oh.
By the way, I should mention, I do hear brushing against a microphone, it sounds like, periodically. Does
Yeah.
anybody know who that is?
Not it.
The mic on their body.
Is it iLord? I don't know, but we have this brushing sound. It sounds like something's brushing. It's kind of like Bill's
probably-
disciplinary counsel when he was not recording it.
It's happened when I've been muted. So
Oh, so you're in the clear. You got an
I'm in the
alibi.
clear. It just
Okay.
This
happened.
happened just then.
It'll probably end up being
let
me,
me
actually.
it might be me. Hold on. No.
No,
I
not
don't
you.
know.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to bring it up in case anybody knew. So let me go ahead and I'm going to keep reading this. We've getting closer to the end now, which is a good thing at what 3 hours into this podcast. But I think it's been a great time so far, and I think it will continue to be. He says women who feel securely attached to their partners are less depressed and happier in their relationships and have better memory function. Better memory functions, according to a 2014 study. As stated in a previous section, multiple studies and survey data sets ranging from 1985 to 2024 consistently show that Latter-day Saints have the lowest divorce rates compared to other religious and non-religious groups. I thought that might have been true back in the 60s and the 70s, but Marie Osmond ruined that all for everybody.
So couples who are sealed have a much lower divorce rate, but Mormons on average, it's about the same as everybody else.
The nation.
So then he
And-
left
and the
that
sealing-
detail out.
And also,
Correct.
like the ceiling means that there's a much greater divorce cost. So it's like, are these marriages happier, or is the cost just higher to divorce? So we're going to be unhappy together.
Yes.
Right. When people say like divorce rates, it's like, no, I want to hear relationship satisfaction and
Yes.
thriving in a relationship, because there are
Yeah.
a lot of people who stay married who are not happy and who are miserable and hate each other. So
Yeah.
low divorce rate is not necessarily a sign of good, positive.
And there are religions where the women are so controlled and have no ability to really get out unless they literally escape with nothing. Yeah, they have very low divorce rates. Is that what we're going for? Is that what we're wanting here? So,
Yeah.
Appearance is the most important thing in Mormonism, Britt.
well, actually, according to Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, that would be true.
I rest my case. It goes on. In a 2018 study, Thomas Leopold found that while divorce had differing negative consequences for men and women were more likely to experience chronic strain from divorce. So there's always that stuff that happens to women because of divorce. You're getting
because
divorced
of
less if you're
economic.
Mormon.
It's economic
Of course.
inequality is why
Of
it's more
course.
chronic strain, and they're expected to be the primary caregivers of any children. Like, this is not that hard.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. And yet they're still choosing divorce because being in poverty is still easier than being married to you and having to be your mom. So like whatever.
Yeah, when I was saying what I was saying earlier, I was just trying to track what his argument is, giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's got two brain cells to rub together. And there is some sort of an argument he's making in here, and I think that's it. It's all better for women. You don't have to go through the chronic stress because you're not divorcing your husband, because if you're a Mormon, you stay married longer than or more than other people, right? I mean, that is his argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, the women who feel securely attached to their partners are less depressed and happier. That really irks me a lot, because securely attached, as Britt was saying earlier, there's so many other ways to be securely attached. So it's weird that he went from like intimacy to securely attached, as if those two things are the same, and they're not at all.
Well, and going back to what you said, like, why then is Utah the highest for Prozac and porn? If everybody's like just so happily married, just everybody's having like the healthiest sexual relationships, the best relationships, nobody's getting divorced, everybody's happy. Okay, well, you're number one in Prozac and porn, so let's maybe calm down.
Well, and this securely attached has nothing to do with Utah Mormons or religiosity. So it's just like, it's kind of like, okay, securely attached, any relationship that's securely attached is better for humans.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. What does that have to do with Mormonism? Nothing. It doesn't mean that all Mormons are securely attached. We all know that. So what is his point?
All right, keep it moving, RFM.
I will. He's going to ask a couple of questions here. I'll let you respond to them, and then we'll go on to a few more slides, which are different. So one of you added the next slides in, so I'll let you talk about those. Those will be exciting. Here's the question. Isn't an organization, i.e. the LDS Church, isn't an organization that gives men responsibility and teaches them how to care for others good for society? Isn't that a huge net positive for women? Happy society, happy wife.
It's
Aren't
that
women
the
clearly-
yeah.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
No, finish this.
Aren't women clearly benefited? Okay. Aren't women clearly benefited by the church, its teachings, and its impact on men? Do the critics of the church have a better program for women to reach higher levels of human flourishing, objection, irrelevant, sustained? A program that leads to more fulfilled, happier, stable lives for women?
I have two things. The first one is like, it's not just like men have responsibilities. It's that men have men have the presiding, they're the leaders, and then women kind of will suffer when we truly can't be equal voices and equal partners. So he's framing like, oh, they just have responsibilities. Everybody just has responsibilities. We're all equal partners. Like, no, like we show up very differently in our responsibilities. Our voices are treated very differently. And so like you can't equate those two. But to his point, does the church have a better program? I will say this, which is something that maybe a lot of ex-Mormons wouldn't say. But I will say, if I had to choose between someone who had no moral system, no community, no awe, no transcendence, no wisdom, no, like literally nothing, they had nothing in their lives, no resources, would the church be a step up as far as human thriving? You could maybe say that. Like there's data that can show that for sure. And so what he's saying is like, is there an already pre-packaged program that does that better than the church though? Well, you can't say that because it may be a little bit more work to build your life in a way that's not just given to you on a platter. Because when you walk into Mormonism, it has, here's your meaning, here's your purpose, here's your story, here's what you do on a Sunday. It gives you your life, right? Will it be more work to build that on your own? Yes. But every single person who has taken on the project of I'm going to build those things into my life. I'm going to make that program for my life based on my core values and my authenticity and what I want my life to be. Every single person says that the program that they created for their own lives that has all those things that Mormonism has to offer, it is better. And of course it would be, because it's built by you and your core values and specific to you and your life. Like, of course it would be better than a life given to you by someone else. So yes, I can give him the point that if you have nothing, the church, just like an addict, or someone in nihilism or someone in chaos, any system of order, Jordan Peterson's 12 rules for life, Stoicism, Mormonism, pick any ism. If you're in chaos, any system of order will help you. I will give you that point. But that does not mean then that a life given to you by Mormonism telling you everything, that you should be, is going to be better than the program that you can actually build.
Right.
And no ex-Mormon who's gone through that process of reconstruction says my program now is worse than what Mormonism gave me. That's where his data will fall apart.
That's right. I think you're right, Britton. And I'm actually writing a book right now, and that is one of my chapters, is rebuilding your own and creating your own system and structure for yourself after you leave Mormonism. Because I think that's where a lot of people fall through the cracks, and they start relying on substances or other things that to sort of fill the void, because they don't have a system. They haven't created it. Yes, it takes a little bit of work. Yes, you have to think it through. I mean, if you just want to have something handed to you, you could join the army, or you, like you said, there's any number of ways to do that. And Mormonism is one way, but it also comes with a full set of problems that are attached to that. And yes, it is a step up for the person in the gutter who has nothing. And I know some people like that who said Mormonism saved their lives.
And I don't doubt that. I really, truly don't doubt that. But we have to look at, can it be better? And is there, even if you have a relationship with the church where you're more active in church, are you able to then pick and choose the things that help you thrive and have boundaries against the things that you do not? Like that is still going to be healthier than just someone saying this is your life and you just doing it. I just don't see how that's ever going to lead to a better program than a program that you're actively involved into.
Right.
And a sense of autonomy is crucial to well-being. And so if you feel in charge of your life, you're going to thrive more than if you feel like it's out of your control, like your choices are not chosen by you.
That's right.
I think the scary part for so many women who are questioning, or just seeing things differently, maybe for the first time, is that if you don't know yourself, if you don't know who you are and what you want, like Julie, what you were saying, like women come to you and they just don't know who they are or what they want out of life. They couldn't even decide. They don't know how. They've never asked themselves those questions.
And we can validate that that's scary and that that's hard.
Yeah.
But
in order to build a system, you need that part. You need that piece of the puzzle. You need to know what you want and what you desire. And so you can get stuck in this void that you guys were talking about. It feels like a void because of that, because the first step is figure out who you are and what you want. And what you want your life to look like. And then you go ahead and look at the systems out there and take the pieces that you want from each of them. But that's such a hard thing to do when you were raised in a place that didn't teach you how to become your own person. You didn't ever get that. You never grew into that. And now you're no longer a child and you're a mom and you're so busy. There's no time to build it.
I mean, you're literally told that really the only qualification for marriage is to find a worthy priesthood holder.
Yep, that's an RM. Yep.
Someone that can take you to the temple. And it's difficult if you've been raised that way, that's your core identity. And then you get to a point where you're like, wait, is what I've been believing true? And then you're looking at the person next to you and saying, I only married this person because I was told this was the only qualification. I mean, it just destroys so many things. And I find it so unfair that the church does put so much into this pack of it's either right or wrong, right? It's either true or not. And then when people start questioning if it's true or not, they say, well, is there a better program out there? And people do sink into some deep despair because they don't know what is up anymore. They don't know what is true anymore. But then, you know, people like Austin will look at that and say, well, you see, they're spiraling because they left the church.
Yes.
Well, the church put them there because
Yeah.
they told them
And
all
it
this
does
was
have to get
true.
worse before it gets better. So they just look
Absolutely.
at how it gets worse. And it is so scary. Like let's not downplay how scary it is to lose your identity and your community and your meaning and your purpose and
Yeah.
the ways that you were coping with death and your rituals. I mean, it is like you lose everything.
Everything.
And let's not like pretend that isn't hard. Like it is hard. It did kick my ass. Like it is hard. But then we can't just justify the fear of the hard as saying then everybody stay in the church. The church therefore then must be good. It's like, no, you set it up to be hard because you set up my entire life on the concept of Joseph Smith being a prophet and the Book of Mormon being true. Like I set up my life that way so that if I did leave, it would actually crumble everything.
Yep.
And you're also not understanding, of course, the ex-Mormon story, which is, yes, it got harder, but then it got better.
Got better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. You're starting over. Your paradigm.
And that's hard. And that's hard, but there are resources for that and it can get better.
And you may feel that you're giving up your family and the eternities.
Yeah. That was the one that kept me in for a long time.
Well, once that falls apart, I mean, I don't know. I would like to ask all of you, including RFM, a question. And this is just because I'm struggling with the way that some people, anyway, I'll skip to it. So I grew up and everyone taught me, or I hear this all the time, everything happens for a reason. Okay? That, I still hear it. I still hear it from in the Exmo space too. Everything happens for a reason. And I want to say, so let's break that down. So when the little 3-year-old daughter was being raped by her father, that there was a reason for that. What was the reason for that? Or in Martine's case, her little babies suffering the way they did before they died. What was the reason for that? Was that for their benefit? Was it for your benefit? What was the reason? You can't say it only when it works to your benefit.
I've heard people say it's because it will bring you to God. Like the rape is okay, the suffering is okay because it will bring you to your knees and bring you to God. And I was like, well, that is an abusive relationship.
That is an abusive God.
Yeah, that's an abusive relationship, God.
Yeah, why would you want to worship that guy? You know, who demands that you be broken and come crawling bloody before him before you can be accepted. That is abusive. And I don't want any part of that. So anyway, I really struggle with that. When people say, well, it all happens for a reason. You chose this. You, in a former life, you knew everything and you chose this. How do they know that? And where does that, and they say that's part of Mormonism. Like I just got in an argument with a Mormon guy about this. And he was saying, you know, all these things that you suffered, you actually chose that before you came here. And I thought, okay, show me where that's written. I don't.
It's in Abraham, the intelligences that were Abraham.
The book of Abraham?
20, in the Pearl of Great Price.
Oh, that
it doesn't say that specifically. That's where we get the idea from, is that we were these intelligences before we came to Earth. And so we talk about how we had agency before, which implies that we chose to come down to Earth. Plus there's prophets and apostles who have told stories about how, you know, this disabled person said, yes, I will go and be that disabled person on Earth.
Saturday's warrior too.
I was going to say that I think that Julie might have an insight.
Is that the doctrine of Saturday's warrior?
That's the doctrine
we got to blame
blame
Julie's
my dad.
family for that. Yeah.
Blame my dad. And he's like, you guys, it's a story. It's like a story. It's not real.
No, it was doctrine.
It's a story.
Yeah, but the Mormon worldview is a story. Like that's the hard thing is so many worldviews that we're raised with are these really detailed stories that give us all sorts of little crazy tidbits here and there about what things are like. And they seem like they're set in stone because it's our worldview. And so we kind of naturally feel like we have to make sense of things and explain everything that happens to us because we need it to make sense because that's what we're used to. Someone told us like, it's okay because we came from this and now we're going to this place after, and this life has this very specific purpose and all I have to do is follow Jesus and the prophets tell me how. It's so sad to see that people just hang everything they have on like, well, I better be able to explain this and explain it well because it has to fit into my story somehow. Yeah. And in that story, everything happens for a reason. And that's the way it is with Mormonism.
One of the things that distinguishes humans from other animals is the ability to make meaning. And so I just think we make the meaning that we make of it. And sometimes we inherit that meaning or we can make different meaning. But that's what humans do is try to make meaning of what happens to them.
I will still die on the hill, though, of the Saturday Warrior song, like the main song. Like that song slaps.
Who are these children coming down?
Goosebumps. To this day, I'm like, this doctrine's like kind of messed up and it really messed up a lot of people. But when the song comes on,
it's fiction, people. It's fiction.
I still love that song. I will get goosebumps.
No, the music is really memorable.
Yeah, it really is. And that's remarkable. It really even for Broadway shows to have music that is memorable.
Yeah.
Like Saturday's Warrior has so many catchy tunes.
I mean, my gosh, my dad wrote, I was like 2 or 3 when he wrote it. He was like in his mid-20s and he's 82 now. So like it was not a serious work. It was like, let's do something to put on at BYU or the
one of those songs. One of my favorite
doctrine.
One of my favorite viral TikToks was all the atheists and ex-religious people telling you the songs that like, oh man, but when my atheism turns off when this song comes on. And there was some Saturday's Warrior. There was a lot of Prince of Egypt. But like everybody still has their song that like, I'm an atheist, but this
there
song
is a God.
slaps. Yeah. For the Prince of Egypt soundtrack, there is a God.
Awesome.
I always like the song that started with "What is that sound coming up from the world?"
Yeah,
Paper Man, Paper Tiger, Paper something.
No, Paper Dream, but that's
Paper
not.
Dream.
That's from Todd. That one is what is that?
Oh, I take some paper in my hand.
That's Paper Dream. Yeah,
that was it. And that's another one, right?
Oh yeah, and
you know
the 2 main male stars were my dad's brothers. In the stage play. So it's a family affair.
Also, just a tagline, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. So Demi's husband, Brett Engelman, the Engelman family was the original family that did Saturday's Warriors when they traveled.
Yeah, no, they were in my ward. Sean was Pam,
wheelchair.
And her dad was the dad of the family. It was my whole ward and state and my family.
It only takes like 2 moves to like be related or know someone, or my mom was in a ward with whatever. Like
we grew up in my home.
That's what I mean. Like it only takes like 1 or 2 moves to find a connection to a Mormon.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Demi was my daughter's best friend, and now they do not speak at all because of the evil that Demi has.
Oh, all right. We'll do let's just save that for another episode.
We do Saturday's Warrior Part 2. Okay. Thank you, Martine. I appreciate that. So we'll continue here.
I have 20 more minutes, just FYI. So you guys will keep going, but just so you know.
I worry that when Summer leaves, everybody else is going to leave too. Okay, let me see here. I think we're done with this. Yes, we're done with this slide. And then, this is him again, married women versus unmarried women. So if you're going to be married women, I'm sure this is going to be, they're going to be happier than unmarried women. It's like, I don't even have to read what he's going to write to know the point he's going to make because it's so obvious. He quotes, LDS leaders are obsessed with making members marry as fast as possible. It costs marriages and love. That's an anonymous Twitter user or ex-user. Then he has the chutzpah to quote from Brad Wilcox. Brad Wilcox and Wendy Wang share the following about the cultural narrative regarding marriage and priesthood. So here's the quote. Some people ask why, no, never mind. Social media and mainstream media are replete with stories suggesting marriage and parenthood are not fulfilling, especially for women. Not surprisingly, many Americans now believe the key to being happy is a good education, work, and being a Mormon. No, and freedom from the encumbrances of family life, not getting married and having a family. So in other words, he's saying now people are thinking happiness comes from not having a family, but actually he's going to say that's where the true happiness resides, is in having a family. Is the cultural narrative true? Are single childless women happier on average? As reported in the 2022 edition of the General Society Social Survey, that's not true. And then he has a graph to show that it's not true. And women are actually happier being married, which Mormonism teaches, and therefore Mormonism is better for women than if you're not a Mormon.
There are lots of studies that would contradict that. Actually, lots of studies that show single women are happier. Single women and married men are happier than single men and married women.
So is this so Julie, like for these studies, are they just really pulling out like the poverty aspect of single women with, or like single divorced women with children? Like how are they getting this data? Because like I've seen all the data that show that single women and female friendships really lead to like longevity. So like where does this data come from? Do you know?
I would have to dig deeper.
Yeah.
There's just a lot. There are a lot. And he picked the survey that says women are happier if they have marriage and children, which I just want to say there's lots of contradictory studies too.
Yeah.
Are we at the point where you can support any claim by a survey?
Yes. Did I answer that too fast?
Find it. You can.
Well, it depends on what the consensus is, right? Like taking one survey. No, you can't say like, okay, this is a fact, right? Because it's a survey.
But they're quoting Brad Wilcox on it. Doesn't that count for something?
I wish I could bottle his energy. Like if I could drink whatever fuels Brad Wilcox in the morning to get me going in the morning, like give me that bottle.
He drinks bongo juice every morning.
Just like it's like his happiness is like aggressive to me. Like it's like
oh, that's a great
something about the happy men. I have some brothers that are like this, but it's like this jolliness about them where everything is just it's like the Brad Wilcox. I don't know. I'm jolly and happy because I know everything.
Well,
and who Bongo is, right?
No.
Bongo is in the Banana Splits from the 1960s. He's the drummer.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
It's a teeth joke, actually. If you pull up the image.
Your word, we're gonna take your
Smile.
word for
Smile
it.
is what gives it away. They have the
We
same
need to
smile.
update some of your references. We really
I'm
do.
making being
RFM.
old cool again. So you
No.
gotta be
We
in the cool
need to
club
do a
get these ancient
few
references.
updates.
Oh my goodness.
I
If you can
remember
find somebody who looks more like
I remember.
what's his name again? Brad Wilcox. If you can find somebody who looks more like Brad Wilcox than Bongo from the Banana Splits, then I'll join you.
All right. Challenge accepted, RFM.
All right. So research summary comparing married women with children to single women. One of you put this in here. Who was it?
Oh, Julie, you're unmuted.
Julie?
It was me, but I took it out because I thought I deleted the slide. So you must have uploaded the old. There is supposed to be a graph in there, but I don't know where it is. So keep going.
Oh, shoot. Okay. So what struck me the most? Is this you too, Julie?
That was me.
Okay. What struck you the most?
Well, I made this little thing. I used AI and it didn't give me what I wanted, so I just made it myself. But as like a little metaphor for like there's this machine of the church and it runs and men are very important and then the children are also very important, but the women are like this smaller, you can see it's like the little cracked ear and it has a little tag on it that says blessed. Like we really are in this really odd position where we're giving all of ourselves and we think that that's the right thing to do. And we don't have any autonomy and we don't have like any ability to set boundaries, and we lack a lot of things that will help us live like healthy, thriving lives, I guess, for lack of a better word. I know that's what Austin says, women are thriving in the church, but I didn't know what thriving was until I started to ask myself questions about what I needed and if this was okay. And that all to say, like, after I ended up with an autoimmune disease from just overworking myself and not paying attention to any of my emotions or any of the things that I needed. And so I just made a list, and anyone can comment on them. But what struck me the most is that he never really thinks to question the system itself. Like, this whole entire thing is him defending the system for the sake of women, I guess, telling us women that it's got to be better for us because look how great this system is that you're a part of. And his whole book is supposed to be about facing hard truths. But when it comes to gender, he just defends the status quo. He just kind of falls right back into like, but this is the way it's supposed to be. So can't you see? I found these stats that say that you should be happier. Like you're so much better off than anywhere else.
Who's doing that? Sorry, keep going.
And then he never asks, could this system be unjust, or could we possibly build something better? Like it's not available to him. And I can completely accept that he is indoctrinated as well, and that he sees these things this way because of the way that he was raised and because of the role that he has adopted into his life. And he was figuring this out for his family. I don't know if you guys have ever listened to the True Millennial podcast. It's a Mormon guy. Anyways, he had Austin and Tikla, his wife, on to talk about this and talk about his faith crisis. And it was very interesting to hear her perspective of what happened. And she was just this support the whole time. And she sounds like a great Mormon supportive wife.
Mm-hmm.
But she's playing that role very well for him. And it was all about him. And he's definitely like the star of this little movie. It's about his life and getting their family to heaven, but because he can figure this out and understand these things better. And she was just this support for him. And she always knew it was true. And she always knew he would figure it out. And it's just so sad that she never turned and looked inside and questioned any of these things for herself. She never thought to do that, it sounds like. And then he simply decides that patriarchy works and then finds studies to prove it, which we've talked about a lot. And then the last point is systems are human made. They're not sacred. Mormonism never taught me I could build my own. And so now just realizing that there is this other side of like the world and being a human that I didn't know about before, and that I do have this autonomy to go out and look around and figure out what I want out of life and figure out how to build something that works better for me and the person that I am and what I need. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
No, I think that was awesome.
Yeah, I think that's a good wrap up.
Broke it down.
It does strike me that your drawing of the church makes it look like a little factory.
It does, yeah.
With a point at
That's
the end.
amazing.
Redo that for the little factory thing too.
You're so talented, Kim.
The only thing that I would like to change in the graphic is that from the data that we're showing, because there's been this interest with Gen Z young men returning to church, and this wonder if that's going to lead to like a rise in religion again. And what we're finding as we're watching this is that, like, yes, young men will return to organized religion for some kind of order and structure, especially with other men. But when women aren't there doing the invisible labor, the churches fall apart still. So what we're seeing is that, you know, he's trying to say that women need men, but when we actually look at the data of how churches are run, churches don't operate without the invisible labor of women. And men don't show up if they have no one to lead or no one to preside over or no one to, you know what I mean? And so the church, a church can run with one man and 100 women doing all the work if he just wants to be the figurehead or whatever. But churches don't run the other way around. Mm-hmm. Like if you had the church really be run by men, the primary and all the youth stuff, and if they had to do everything without the invisible labor of women, even something like running a funeral or something, like mm-hmm. It would not happen. There would be no organization. There would be no sign-up sheet. There would be no, you know what I. And so all of this, like he's trying so hard to make it that women need men, therefore women are happier in Mormonism because they're married to men, something he's trying to argue there. But what we see in the data of how churches are run, churches run on the invisible labor of women. And when that goes away, men essentially don't run churches on their own. In the same way that we can look at the male loneliness epidemic kind of thing, like women will create community, they will create these things, and men often need women to do that for them or feel like they do. And so he you know, it was just, he tried so hard to argue that women need men, but I feel like the statistics are so much stronger that men need women.
Okay. All right, then. Let's check out this part because we've got BYU in the letter. BYU is a case study for women's safety. Basically, he's going to say that women are safer on BYU campus than they are on any other campus. But let me go back to one other thing, okay? And just make this comment. Back where he says, do the critics of the church have a better program for women to reach higher levels of human flourishing? I think that's the wrong question to ask. And I think it's a non sequitur. And the reason I think that is because what he's just gotten done, as you've noted, is citing from studies that don't have to do specifically with Mormon women.
Mm-hmm.
They are simply with religious women across the board.
Mm-hmm.
And he's attempted to show, and once again, we'll go with giving him the weight of his argument for purposes of this. We'll say, okay, you're right that religious women across the board in all religions tend to be happier. All right. How does that translate into your question? Do the critics of the LDS church have a better program for women to reach higher levels of human flourishing? Well, apparently any of these other churches.
Like, well, and he's also, you could also even say like, well, you're setting up the question in a way that is saying that you have to, like, he's looking for a church of ex-Mormonism that does church better. And it's like, that's not the only option here. Like the women who actually do take on the project of building their own life are going to be better. Yes. But you know, there may be some hard stuff that you have to go through before that happens.
Very good. So here's the study that I started with originally there for LGBTQ plus identifying students as well as women. The rate of reported unwanted sexual contact, that's what it is. Unwanted sexual contact by women is supposed to be an average of 19 to 25% reported on universities across the nation. But according to campus client surveys conducted in 17 and 2022, much lower at BYU, only 7.4% of women, as opposed to 19 to 25% average, only 7.4% of women at BYU experienced some form of unwanted sexual contact. And he also says lower for LGBTQ plus individuals, but we're focusing on women here. That is the title of his chapter. What do you think about that? By the way, BYU, Idaho, even lower. So this seems that women, young women on campuses being safer at BYU. What does that tell us? Or is that even true?
No, what it tells us, what it tells us is that there's an honor code that up until 2020, if you were a rape victim, they could actually report you for an infraction. And so it actually kind of disgusts me that he even put this in here, because I've shared this in my story. I had a really great friend of mine who tried to sexually assault me. Thankfully, I was able to fight him off. But when I went to the bishop to talk to him about that and say, this is what's going on, they were going to call a council for me to possibly have me be disciplined, a disciplinary council. And I did nothing. But they, you know, the honor code at BYU, this was not at BYU, but I know that the honor code at BYU, they talk about, where were you? What were you doing? Why were you at his house? It becomes a victim blaming, shaming situation. And so for them to even use percentages and talk about it's under it, these people aren't reporting, or it's, you know, acting like these numbers mean something. It's underreported because you'll be ostracized. You may even get kicked out of school for being the victim. It's ridiculous.
And that's not just leadership roulette. Like you said, like that's been in manuals. We've heard over the pulpit that the victim, who is the RFM, maybe you know, who is the apostle who said, like, if you were the victim, you need to contemplate like your actions. Like you need to contemplate how you played into this, right? And so like we're not setting up these women to be able to report sexual assault. Like we don't even have a system that would allow for that. So that's just like really, really bad use of statistics. Go, Julie.
Yeah. A BYU 2021 campus climate survey said only 27% of students who actually experienced unwanted sexual contact reported the incident to a formal source. By formal source, I'm guessing like law enforcement. But only 27%. So,
wow.
So most of what's going on is not being reported. So you can't use reported incidences to say it's a safer place. It just goes along with what you were saying, Summer.
I also think like let's be honest here. If we're talking about my daughter, like let's make it personal, like considering my daughter's going to school. If my daughter were to be sexually assaulted, would I rather that be at a BYU school or at a secular school? And I promise you, like from the data that I'm seeing, I would much rather have that happen at a secular school where there is opportunities for that to be dealt with discipline. Like it's not great anywhere. Like it's going to be it's a problem everywhere. I hope it never happens to my daughters, but would I rather that happen at a BYU? The answer is no. It's much more likely to be covered up. It's much more likely to be dealt with bishops instead of law enforcement. It's much more likely to be something that causes her shame, causes future relationship shame. Like I would not want that. It would be worse if that happened at BYU. I really do think we could say that.
And I think that's a good question too, is if with this study, when they say reported, are they talking about report to the bishop, or are they talking about officially reported to law enforcement? Because it's going to be a lot lower.
Because not even adults will, adult Mormons go to law enforcement.
Absolutely. And you're told to
we
go to
we
the
have
bishop.
NDAs, we go to the bishop.
Absolutely. So their first thing is going to go to the bishop. And if they're saying, we don't report that, then these numbers don't even mean anything, because everyone's going to be going to their bishop, if they go to anyone at all, before they call the police. I don't know. I really was bothered by him throwing this in there. Like, it's not a problem.
Utah's rape rate is significantly higher than the national average and has been for over 25 years. Significantly higher, like 59.5 out of 100,000 people, and the national average is 40 out of 100,000 people.
Wow, and that's got to be reported cases, right?
These are reported cases, right?
BYU and cherry picking it out of a state where that's so crazy.
Wow.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this as a guy, and I didn't go to BYU, I went to UT. If you're a woman student at BYU and you get raped or sexually assaulted, you understand going into it, if you're a Mormon, that if you report this, it could be actionable against you and you could get in trouble for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. You could get kicked out of school, lose your credits. You could get
also just like the shame for future relationships. If you have to like do something like testify, right? Because then you're saying that you were with a boy after midnight or something like that. Like the shame around that. Like
that's the thing too, is there's a lot of victim shaming, right? And the victim themselves tend to feel shame because there's some type of onus on them. So when you're going to a situation where you're thinking, I have to tell the bishop that this happened to me, the questions then are, what did I do to put myself in that situation? And I literally went through that same process. It was a friend of mine. We were all in a hotel, and I had a separate room. He had a separate room, and my girlfriend gave him the key to the room. So it wasn't my fault at all, but there were a lot of thoughts of, okay, well, we're all hanging out and whatever. And so
what were you wearing?
The first thought, exactly. What are you wearing? So when you already have that internalized, and then you go to an institution that's the questions they're going to ask, and they tend to be more lenient with the perpetrators because there's the atonement and let's try to save whoever.
Yeah, we don't
opposed
want to
the
hurt
victim.
this guy's future, right? It's
Yeah.
always like we don't want to damage his future.
It was a
Yeah, plus we
mistake.
have this idea of men's sexuality being so difficult to contain. And I mean,
Right.
that gives the men a complex as well when you tell them you're this monster pretty much and you have to
Yeah.
hold
Really
yourself
talk
back
about
and
that.
don't go crazy. Like they probably also, I mean, I know because I've had conversations with Colby, you get in your head about this stuff and you just believe these things about yourself that aren't true. So especially if you're not married at BYU, you're going to have like it's going to be terrifying to talk about any sexual contact, whether it was wanted or unwanted. Like,
And Cammie, from a guy's
not
point of
something to
view,
talk about.
can I suggest also that that description that the church gives of guys versus girls is also frequently taken as a license?
Mhm.
Hmm.
If you're a monster who's going to do this, then I'm a monster who's going to do this.
Yeah, because they were like, can you blame me that I have this high sex drive? I'm this man. I have these sexual needs that, and so they probably reframe it in their head as well and get themselves in situations where they're going too far. And it's a mess all over the place. It's a mess for men and for women.
Can we
If I
just
can-
go
oh,
ahead? No, you
I
go,
was
Summer.
just going to very quickly say that the other thing that isn't really talked about is if the rape results in pregnancy, there is a high pressure for them to get married.
Hmm.
And so, I know someone that happened when I was at BYU in '98. They slipped up. She got pregnant. Thankfully, it was not, it was not sexual assault. But even if it was, it just didn't matter because it was like, you're going to ruin this guy's future. This isn't going to be good for him. What about the baby? And so it turned into this, you're now marrying your assaulter or someone who you normally wouldn't if you were in a secular college and you just had sex, So that's a big thing as well too, that there's a lot of trauma around telling somebody what happened and it resulting in a pregnancy.
Sexual assault is higher in patriarchal societies where there's power imbalance and rigid gender roles. So some of the doctrine actually can perpetuate rape culture and sexual assault. So it's a problem. And sexual assault's about power more than it's about sex.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Can we just appreciate for a second though, like the creativity of BYU students? Like God help them. Like they've got the armpit herpes because they're humping into each other's
Soaking.
armpits. They've got the soaking and the jumping with the soaking. Like give them points for creativity.
When
Like
I
they
was
are
there,
a creative bunch.
when I was there, people would go to Vegas and get married for the weekend and have
Yes.
sex and get it annulled.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yep, I remember. Yeah.
Nature finds a way.
Nature finds a way,
Always.
even if it's an armpit,
And Britt may have
sometimes.
anticipated this question that Austin was going to ask about his daughters, right? He says, why are women so much safer at Brigham Young University? And is there another school I would rather have my girls attend? And Britt has answered that saying, yes, any other
Yes.
school.
Yes,
Yeah.
like Julie said, like repressed sexuality with patriarchy is like the sexuality I'd be most afraid of for my daughters. When you combine that with making it hard to report things, and so you can't even report if it happens, like if you want to play that card, it's one of those ones where like sometimes I can see the argument is he's making and give him a point there. This is one where it's like that argument, you cannot make that argument.
Mhm.
Okay. Here's this slide.
So
Whose slide was this? Is that yours?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
Summer?
head
This is
out,
mine.
guys. Thank you
Oh, bye,
so
Summer.
much. It
Oh,
was
Summer's
amazing
leaving.
Bye,
being with you
Summer.
guys.
Hi.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you later. I'll send you a
Okay.
link to the show. It should premiere tonight.
Awesome.
I'm gonna
awesome.
have to leave.
Thanks, ladies. You are amazing.
I knew this was going to happen. Now Martine's leaving. Summer's taking her football and going home. Bye,
No,
Summer.
I have
Summer.
an appointment to take my car in, so I have a deadline.
Bye, Martine.
Okay, well, we'll see you later. Martine, thanks so much for being here.
Okay,
It was great seeing you.
So,
And RFM, I've
Okay,
already
bye-bye.
shared this. So
You've
we
already
can
shared
move-
this? Okay, so
yeah.
you want, okay,
We
so
can
we'll
move
skip
forward.
this.
Yep.
See you, Martine. Okay, so here's the last slide. You can see the bottom part says footnotes. It's like the end.
Okay.
Women in the church, conclusion. I
Which
just want to
should be
read this part
men
here.
in the church, impact on women, conclusion.
Right.
Yes. Regarding women's issues, the anti-religious cultural movement is winning. Women in the U.S. today have fewer children. They delay marriage or avoid it altogether. Same-sex orientation has surged in recent years. Not sure why that's in something about women in the church, but okay.
Wait, and what is anti-religious cultural movement? He hasn't talked about anti-religious cultural movements at all in
He's
this entire.
referencing the punching bag statement from earlier.
Oh,
Like
okay,
the church
all
is
right,
becoming this punching bag, and all these
Okay.
critics are going against what we want. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, same-sex orientation. We did that. Over 800,000 abortions are performed every year. More women participate in the workforce, though slightly less than in 1999. For secularist critics, all of these factors are major wins. So this is what all of us want to have happen, I guess. He says, I am not a woman. So there's the caveat. I am not a woman, and I suppose each person can define what is happiness and flourishing. Wow, really? You mean we
I
actually get to
suppose.
define that for ourselves, Austin? I suppose. Likewise, and here's underlined in red. I do not want to minimize the experiences of women who have left the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is a shock to me because I thought that's what he just spent the entire chapter doing.
Agreed.
He negates that with his next sentence.
Which is, with that said, having said that I don't want to minimize the experience of women who've left the church. I do have eyes and ears.
Meaning
How come
I
understanding
don't.
that?
Meaning I don't.
Yeah.
You have your feelings. I see what's going on here. You just have your like little individual
he's the
experiences. And
man,
later
so
on,
he
he
must
says,
know.
do critics have any evidence beyond their personal examples? So women just have their own little experience. They had a bad bishop, whatever. I have eyes and ears on the situation. That's
And his
literally what
evidence
he's
was all
saying.
personal examples of people claiming they're happier or have more sex. Like that's the craziest thing. He's saying personal
Austin Fife
examples
is the
aren't
eye
going to
in
cut
the
it.
sky.
It's so crazy.
He can read your mind. Do critics
Apparently.
agree that less abuse, lower poverty, better marriages, less divorce, less sexual violence, less domestic violence, longer lives, stronger communities, higher reported well-being, and a higher reported happiness are reasonable indications that women in the church are doing well? You
So
think
it's
those
like
are
that-
reasonable indications? It sounds like a leading
That's
question.
all over that. Some of those are true for religion in general. So longevity, we actually do have a correlation just because anytime you have community, your longevity is going to be better. So like some of those things are yes, some of those things are just wrong, like outright wrong about Mormonism. And then some of those things are like just true about religion in general that he's equating then to Mormonism.
I'm going to ask these last questions all together and let you respond because these are real powerhouses of questions. If women in the church are suffering so much, why doesn't that come through in the data? Why does the
Because-
opposite seem to be true?
Your data is Deseret News.
Because-
What, Julie?
Yeah.
Julie?
Yeah, why doesn't that come through in the data? Because you're cherry picking studies that support your conclusion. That's why.
Oh, it doesn't come through in the data because you're hiding the data that it comes through on.
Yes.
I think that was a chiasmus. It means it's true.
Means it must be true what you said.
He's hiding the freaking data that proves he's wrong, and then he's asking the question, why doesn't the data show I'm wrong?
And the data that does support him is true of religion in general, and still does not answer the question, is it the best religion for women, or could individual religion create their program of life in a way that's better? So he still doesn't even get there, even if I give him that.
Wow. I do like this question. Do critics have any evidence beyond personal examples? The reason I like that question is because all of his evidence, almost all of his evidence has been based upon studies
Self-report.
asking people for their personal examples.
Yes.
It doesn't make it less a personal example because it's a study asking hundreds of people
Yeah.
for their personal example versus one person. I wouldn't
We
think.
ignore the personal examples that don't agree with us, though, when we're Mormons. So
Yes.
those Reddit posts that he put in here also, which were personal examples of people's experience, are not important. And all of this other evidence of personal examples of people reporting higher happiness are better, I guess, according to Austin.
Wow. I'm going to read these last two questions. I'm going to go to Lila first. I don't think we've been hearing enough from Lila. Are women outside the church better off? Are you better off, Lila, outside the church? If they are not better off, what are he presumes the answer will be no, right? He's already proven by science, damn it, that women are not better off outside the church. So at this point, at the end of his short chapter, it's rhetorical, this question. Are women outside the church better off? Obviously not, because I just proved it. If they are not better off, what are the critics offering my wife and my daughters if they leave the faith?
He's asking, where will they go? What will they do? Which is my answer, and everyone else's answer who's left is anywhere I want. I will go and do whatever I want to do and not be told what to do anymore.
I like, go ahead.
Right.
No, you finish. I interrupted.
Well, just basically that the church has its offer. You can take it or you can leave it. The people who have left are rejecting the offer. And so when he says, what are the critics offering my wife and daughters if they leave? Well, it's not the critic's job to create something for his wives and daughters. It is their job to create their own. Mm-hmm. So stop asking the critics, what are you giving us? It's not our job. It's their job. Figure it out. Do your own work. If you want to stay in the church and have it spoon-fed you, fine. Enjoy that and live that way. But don't try to tell me that if I've left, I must be miserable, because that just simply isn't the true experience of the women that I know. Now, I haven't done a worldwide study, but I can tell you that countless women that I know who I've talked to, they all say they're happier. And yes, they went through a hard bit, but now they're thriving.
This was the question that the Midnight Mormons thought they scored a point with me on in that debate back in November 2021.
Yes, you said that's not my problem or something like that.
And my brother's keeper, because I thought it was never been more accurately used. But the whole point is this. Is that what they want to try and say is that, okay, let me start off by saying that most people who leave the church over issues like this, right? The reason they leave the church is because they've had it up to here with people telling them how to live their lives.
So why would,
And so what the argument is if a person leaves the church because they're tired of having other people tell them how to live their lives, how are you going to tell them they should live their life in order to be happier than they were in the church?
Right. I do appreciate that he gave that last sentence, though, because whenever I'm listening to an apologist, when I am in a debate or whatever, or when I listen to someone like a Jacob Hansen, if you listen long enough, they'll tell you their fear. If you listen long enough to any person talking about how this church has to be true, like we've got to come back here, they will tell you their fear. And I think at the end here, he did say his fear, which is that if my wife leaves, how could I possibly, it's so overwhelming what I would have to replace. How do I get weekly times where they're listening to moral education from someone other than their parents? Yeah, I had to sit with that question. It was hard. And then I signed up my kid for karate, and then I did Girl Scouts, and then you fill in those things. But he's saying at the end here, it's not even an argument anymore. Are women outside the church better off? Because he didn't even do any studies about ex-Mormon women. He's really saying, at the end of the day, I'm very scared and overwhelmed at the prospect of raising my daughters without a built-in program that does it for me. And that I can understand. I can even humanize that. I can have compassion for that. And Jacob Hansen did the same thing in his debate with Alex O'Connor, because Alex O'Connor was absolutely destroying his arguments when they were in the Jubilee debate together. And at the end of it, Jacob Hansen sat back and said, well, if that's true, if your worldview is true, like, what is the point of life? Like, I would just kill myself. Like, what's the point of this? There's no meaning. There's no purpose. It's just nihilism. Like, what is the point of life? And it was a brief moment of human from Jacob Hansen, where he actually let you in on his fear that if he lost Mormonism, he would fall into nihilism and not be able to survive that, because he doesn't know what resources exist to be able to help. So he holds on to Mormonism very strongly. And so I actually like that he included that end, because he's showing you what he's doing. It's not a rational game. It's an emotional game. And that's what we all do. When I was playing church apologist, it wasn't a rational game. It was me being scared about what life outside of Mormonism would look like. And I found the statistics and the mental gymnastics and the cool things that I did theologically in order to assuage that fear. And so, like, the response to that isn't going back to Mormonism. It's the best point that I could make on his behalf, if I were to steel man him a little bit, is to say we need more resources outside of religion and churches for things like community, for things like moral education, for things like ritual, for things like contemplation, for things like states of transcendence. If you want to argue that we need to be doing better at building that up outside of secularism and giving more people resources, I'll be on your team for that all day. I do think that we can do a better job of that. But the answer isn't like, I'm scared, then I'm staying in Mormonism and I'm picking statistics to then let me stay in Mormonism, which is what he's doing. And I deeply understand that because I did it too, but it's not the answer.
Let me ask you a question, and everybody else is,
well said.
Yes. Is it what does it say about a religion or worldview that you believe that if you lost it, your life would have no meaning?
Yes.
Right. I mean, it really shows, like, when people say, like, it's not a cult or even it's not a high demand religion, if the fact that your life shatters if you leave it, if that's happening, then yeah, you have built your life on this thing.
I've had so many clients who are anxious about that. How do I raise kids outside of religion, outside of the Mormon faith? How do I know what my values are? And I say, well, how does 99.8% of the population live their lives on the planet? Like, it's so easy to think that Mormonism is like the whole thing, and it's like 0.2% of the world's population. And there are other ways to, I mean, it can be a great way for some people to do life. And there are many other ways to get your, spiritual needs, community needs, all of the things that Britt has listed. How's the rest of the world doing it? Let's learn something.
Well, in Mormonism, we would say they're doing it terribly. That's
why it's counterfeit, even if it looks like love or it looks like spirituality. They're playing church. It's counterfeit love. It's, like, you couldn't possibly be as happy as me, because then what am I as a Mormon if you can be as happy as me outside of Mormonism?
It kind of makes all the sacrifice you have to go through meaningless.
Right. And so, and brains will fight against that. No brain wants to, like, brains like easy decisions. It costs a lot of mental energy to build a life from scratch. Like, there's a reason brains will defend, like Cami was talking about, like, they'll defend if you are attacking their belonging, their identity, their morality, their literally everything. Like, brains will defend against that. And so sometimes the best way to combat religion isn't by doing apologetics or this kind of stuff. It's actually just, if I can get you better resources for your fears, then actually maybe we could start to have a conversation. But he's still really being fear driven. And we saw that fear in his last sentence, that I'm really overwhelmed at what it would mean to raise my daughters outside of a program that's built for me. That's everything. We could have summed up the entire 4 hours of what he was saying by that. This is an emotional thing. The rationality is much later in the process that he's trying to add on to it.
And I'm glad you said that now, not only because it's a brilliant observation, Britt, but because it's time for closing statements, closing thoughts and observations. You've just given us one. I want to start with Cami. We'll go to Lila and then Julie. Back to you, Britt, in case you want to say anything else in closing.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
And we'll start with Britt and we'll go to Cami and Lila and Julie.
Cami, I'm good. I feel like I did it. You do, Cami. Yeah.
Well, I really liked what you were saying. It's spot on. And you can tell with his entire chapter that he's using fear. I don't think he's meaning to use fear on the women if he is really talking to women, but that's what he's doing. You should be scared if you're not a member of the church, because members are so much better off for all of these reasons, is what he's saying. And so, and then he's like, well, where will you go? Which is also in the scriptures, right? There's the whole like, but if you're not with me, if you're not following Christ, where will you go? What will you do? And it really does just touch on this base fear that so many of us have who are raised religious, that like we don't have another system yet. We don't know who we are well enough to even know how to create another system. And so I think for anyone who's struggling with that, it really starts with you understanding you, and you need to just start living your life one day at a time and let your life expand farther than it has ever before. Let yourself see things a little bit differently every single day until you have that thought to sign your kid up for karate, or to, join this club, or do this thing that you probably wouldn't have ever thought about doing before because you were too busy planning your Relief Society lessons and taking your kids to activity days and, doing the cycle that you were just in because you were in it and you didn't question it. And so I think that this is a great chapter to show women that it doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to listen to these men just because they told you this is the way that the world works. You can question it. You're allowed to question that. And it doesn't even really matter what conclusion you come to, as long as you come to that conclusion. And you can really find what works best for you. And it can include parts of Mormonism. Like I
was just going to say that, like sometimes
so grateful for
ex-Mormons will get really binary and say you need to leave, but like claiming yourself also means claiming the aspects of Mormonism that are working for you.
Yeah, there are so many aspects that did work for me. And I loved that the system was set up so well, with family time carved out, with family home evening. Like, take all of those things, like keep them, keep doing something during that time you did family home evening. Don't just throw it all up and say, this was horrible, I want nothing to do with it. Like, I was so grateful that we had these times. My kids expected us to sit down every single night before they went to bed. We just started reading other books instead of the Book of Mormon. And it turned out really great and led to really great conversations. And that's what started that expansion for us, and seeing the world differently. And things are so much better now because of that. But you just have to start doing it. And it does feel hard to do different things sometimes.
Thank you.
But you've got this one life, you've got to make it yours.
Lila?
Well, I think everything everyone has said has been a lot of what I'm thinking. So I don't have a lot to add. I would just say, the world's been going on for, we don't even know how long. And humanity has been here and has found a way to survive. And we will too, if we leave this little teeny tiny system that narcissists have created for us. It is a narcissistic system, and we're all victims of that. And so whenever you leave a system like that, you have freedom. It's like when another movie. It's like when the one with the long hair, Rapunzel, leaves her little tower, and she's out there free as a bird, but it's scary, right? Because she's never been out there. It's kind of like that, only we have books, we have people, we have history to fall back on to give us a framework. All we have to do is pick and choose what we want. And there's no right or wrong. So just figure it out, figure out what you want. I remember when I left, I have 7 kids. 4 of them are in, 3 of them are out. And I had the older ones who were still in saying, if Troy doesn't go on a mission, how do you know he's going to become something good? How do you know, and I said, how many billions of people have not been on missions in this world that are amazing people? That is not the only route for him. And let's expand our brains and let's see what he does with his own life. And he's, it's been wonderful to watch my kids, the ones who have left, thrive in their own little space, and they don't have to go to church to do that. So yes, there's definitely a way. And I see it as an adventure. I see it as exciting. I see it as the best part of my life, even though I'm in my 60s. I don't care. I feel like I just got out of prison and I can live my life for the first time free. And that's the best thing I've ever felt in my life, was that freedom. And I don't think enough women realize how caged they really are. They don't get it. They think they're okay, but they're not. And I know that. So I want to bear my testimony right now. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, beautiful.
My turn.
Yes.
I mostly want to express gratitude. I agree with everything that you all have said, and just thanks for RFM for the invitation and for elevating women's voices. And I just want to express gratitude to all the women on this panel. It's just been a fun, what are we at, 4 hours and plus? It's been a great way to spend a Saturday morning. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank all of you. Thank you, Julie, Lila, Tammy, Britt, and those who are no longer with us, Summer and Martine. I think those are the only two that have already left. This was so great. Thank you so much. I mean, I reached out to all of you by group text. What was it, 2 days ago? Was it 3 days ago? It might have just been 2. Asking if you would be willing to do this. And each and every one of you said yes. And Rebecca even said yes, except then she had the surgery. But thank you so much for being here. This has been great. I knew that when I saw this chapter in Austin Fife's book, that this was something beyond the powers of even me and Colby to tackle. So he immediately, I thought we have to have a women's panel, and Colby immediately volunteered you, Cammie.
Yes, he told me after.
It doesn't take us very long to tap into our feminine rage. Like anytime you just want to tap into that, you just let us know.
Okay, really good. Well, thank you again. And thanks everybody for watching. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and we'll see you next time on the next episode of Radio Free Mormon. Until then, this is Radio Free Mormon signing off the air.